Jesuita saluda antes de niga Radzaudz and Malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Aguigui, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentami ti. Man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat para i honra para i gloria Abiba is la sin para y honra, para y gloria. Abiba is la sin todo y tiempo y paz para hita. Dan gini langit na bendisyon Konchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Konchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari Amines Muntan, Ninale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari Amines Muntan, Ninale.
Zaitanados, the ultrasound. Hago, nitiunanagan. Hago, fuanu yumanana. Zaitanados, the ultrasound. Zaitanados, the ultrasound.
All right, let's go. Good morning, Guam. Hooah! Good morning, Guam.
Half a day, California.
Bellflower, California, no less. Very, very nice.
Good morning, Martinsburg, West Virginia. Checking in on our KUAM News Facebook live feed.
Country roads.
Take me home.
To the place.
Where I belong. Down in Umatic. Good morning, Umatic.
Nice.
Good morning, Korea.
Half a day and good morning to Beaverton, Oregon. Hey, good morning to all ducks and all beavers. Everybody in Oregon gets along.
Luz Leonis writes, good morning, Guam, watching from San Antonio, Texas. Stay safe. Yeehaw.
Have you ever been to the Riverwalk in San Antonio? It's beautiful.
You been there?
I went there on Google Maps.
Okay.
God.
Good morning, Nevada.
Half a day, California, Vincent Crystal Kidachai watching this morning on our Facebook live feed. Good morning on you.
Did you guys say good morning, Pennsylvania?
Good morning, Pennsylvania.
Good
To
morning,
the
Pennsylvania.
Keystone State. Also checking in are our friends up north about 100 miles from us in the 670 Half a day Saipan.
All right, good morning, Guam. Stay safe. Watching from Nevada, Colin Bomba checking in. Jude Celine, Mortera Cortado, half a day, Guam from Cali.
Off day Frank Blas checking in from Cruz Heights, Ipan, Talafofo.
Ooh, nice.
Epenese in the house. Off day Guam from Georgia. That's coming from Eve Lee.
Speaking of the Heights, half a day to everybody watching locally in Laddie Heights and just getting up with us.
Donna Archangel writes, half a day from Centennial, Las Vegas. Good morning from Hollister, California. Stay safe. That's from Remedio Shorter.
Do you guys have any Hollister clothing?
I do.
Yeah, Joser's got. You do?
Years ago.
Oh, okay.
I think. Long time ago.
Also, we have Roberto Fraccassini checking in. Hey, good morning, Roberto. Forget about it. You can put in the olive oil with a little bit of the garlic, and you make it the garlic and bread.
Our flautist. One of these days, we're gonna bring Mr. Fraccassini on, and if he would honor us, we're actually gonna ask him to play the flute because he did so on 9/11. It was beautiful.
Right, Jane Pareto Society writes half a day from Manchester. Rob Crisostomo, good morning from God's country, Ipan, Talafofo.
What's up, Paluntat Jotnya?
Hey, where the satellite used to be.
Sheila Baker, good morning from Tatuha. Good morning, Tumon Harmon.
Hi,
Sheila.
Sheila.
Sheila, good morning.
Amiel J. Kabeling checking in from Chicago. Wow, the Windy City.
Santa Rita.
Half a day and good morning to our friends in Georgia. Go Dogs!
All right, Greg Duenas, half a day from Barragata. Joseph P. St. Nicholas. Dedido checking in.
Hey, Zach Etinen from Fort Stewart, Georgia.
Another one from Georgia.
Ahoy.
Nice.
Ahoy, Zach. And Manila, Christina Hopkog, all gone in Manila. Good morning.
Okay, here's a different one. Half a day from Georgia, the country, not the United States. That's cool.
Hey, Franklin Meno from Malolo. Half a day.
Good morning, Junior K. Refalope from Vallejo, California. Also, Cheryl Beneventi checking in from Lincoln, California.
Okay, we got a double shot. We got one from Lincoln, California, another one from Lincoln, Nebraska. Half a day to you.
Tarako, what's up? Prima writes, Biba in Alahan.
Half a day, Odie Duenas from the Governor's Garden in Aganya.
I like that.
Agotnya.
There you go. From our island's capital, checking in. Good morning.
All right, half a day and good morning to you. If you have ever rented a bouncy house for a party when parties were the thing to do. You didn't get the bouncy house, I know, for Brock's birthday party. You got the bouncy water slide.
Good morning
That
to
was
you. If
amazing.
you've ever been kicked out of a bouncy house because someone had concerns about a weight limit.
Oh, when you jump in the bouncy house, the whole house kind of like
Saying it for a friend.
collapses. Oh.
Mary Jane Villagomez, good morning from Astumbo Gardens. Astumbo for ya.
Nice.
Half a day knock from North Carolina.
Also, Teresa Ngoko Herrera Hafide from Japan.
Half a day and good morning to you. If you have ice keki in your freezer right now.
I had an ice keki last night as my midnight snack.
What color?
Orange.
Is there really any difference between like the colors and flavor?
The sugar. Orange has more sugar than the blue one.
Okay, what? It's like Kool-Aid, right? You always say, okay, there's orange, there's lime, there's grape, and then
Also,
there's red.
Good morning, Totu, and also Rowen and Bonis Malaga. Good morning from Agate.
Hey!
Evelyn Filva, good morning, world. And Millie Indalecio, good morning from Mr. and Mrs. Ben Arceo. So good morning, Poget Manila, that's coming from the Cabrera family.
Good morning, Lisa Casil from Santa Rita. And of course, last but not least, half a day good morning to our good friends over in quarantine.
Okay, one more. We're talking about a lot of university towns from Joseph A. Castro, half a day from College Station, Texas. That's Texas A&M country. Giga Maggies. Oh,
Boomer Sooner.
no, that's
That's
not.
my Oklahoma
Good
friends
morning.
and family.
You don't like
Gigo.
Texas A&M, do you?
Good morning, Jotnya. Who else do we get? Good morning. We got Malolo in Iran. Good morning, Malesso. Good morning, Umanik. Good morning, Sumai.
You see this comment from Mike and Grace Blas? Make a Stumbo great again.
Good luck with that. Hey, it's 6:19 on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, of course, Jason Solis, Sabrina Solis, Mantanoni. My name is Chris, and the show, it's all proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E, and also by our partners at the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. So come on and thrive with us. It's 6:20 Thursday, the 24th day of September. One day closer to Friday. Doesn't even matter anymore. Friday, Thursday. It does to me. Good morning. we got some, we're anticipating some big announcements this morning. Bree, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. We're anticipating that they're going to open up some businesses. We don't know how, but that's what we're hearing. That's what we are tracking. So keep it on the show here this morning. We're going to have breakfast. We'll break our fast with a bunch of your mayors. We got Dedido Mayor Melissa Savares for all my Dedidoians. Also, we'll go to OCP. You down with OCP?
Yeah, you know me.
Orda Chalampago Mayor Jesse Gogui. And one of our favorite mayors of Tatuha, Mayor Louise Rivera. And then we're doing our segment with the Guam Nurses Association.
Network of nurses.
Thank you. That's what it's called. And we'll be interviewing a GDOE RN, Auntie Julieta Kaneni. Also, 7:20, we're going to talk China. We put out the invite to to our congressmen and the delegates, the candidates. So we'll see who comes on 7:20 via Zoom. And then we're also anticipating, Jay, are we getting Crystal this morning?
We put the reach out to her. She is trying to compile all of the information about things that may be open, and that's why she said she was really hustling last night. And she said if she has anything to provide, she's going to get that all together for us, and she should be in at around 7:40.
Right, and so what we are tracking this morning is that there's going to be some kind of extension, but they're going to allow a lot of different businesses. We don't know which ones to open and operate, so we'll get that out to you guys. 8:15, we'll catch up with our people in the action pack, because they got a bunch of small business owners that come on. We'll also talk this morning with the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition, as we're hearing that people with diabetes, the most susceptible and some of the hardest hit by the coronavirus. So we'll talk with them. Also, they're wrapping up the Guam census. You can see it all over your social media. Census is ending. So we'll catch up with Nicole Kanatu, who's the partnership specialist at the Guam Census Office. And then Department of Ag, talk to them about how you can get money. All right, who wants money? Well, listen up at 9:30. We'll tell you how to get some grants with the Director of Ag, Chelsea Munya-Brecht, and also the Acting Chief of the Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources, Jay Gutierrez. 622. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. It's the link on the breeze, 93.9. We'll do it at 6:23 now, the 24th day of September, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Solis Mantanoni.
Off today, good morning, everyone. Out of 423 samples ran, 45 returned positive for COVID-19. 12 were identified through contact tracing. Guam's total COVID case count is now 2,235, with 37 deaths. 655 people actively fighting the virus now, and more than 1,500 have recovered. According to last night's Joint Information Center update, there were 32 hospitalizations at GMH, with 13 COVID patients receiving ICU level of care. There's also one hospitalization at the Guam Regional Medical City. Testing, in the meantime, has been rescheduled for UMATIC for October 3rd. You may remember this past weekend's testing was canceled because of the rain. Again, testing is for the first 200 residents who signed up with the UMATIC Mayor's Office. The rescheduled testing, again, is Saturday, October 3rd from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Those who pre-registered for the previously scheduled testing through the UMATIC Mayor's Office will be able to keep their reserved spots. Additional registration for this event is closed. For the safety of the community and the nurses, only 4 people per car are allowed to be tested. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. From the Superior Court, more people are coming forward challenging the 14-day mandatory quarantine in a GovGuam facility, including MMA fighter Trevin Jones. The cases were heard yesterday afternoon in Judge Elise Iriarte's courtroom. Jones, along with numerous others, argue the government requirements are in violation of their civil rights. Jones was returning to the island after representing Guam in the UFC, which was a fight that he won. He testified since he's been in quarantine for over a week, he suffers post-fight body pains. Jones says he asked public health for medical assistance and further inquired on release to home quarantine and never received a response or help from the agency. He told the court, quote, "I feel they are not taking this serious." The government continues to argue the quarantine is valid to eliminate the transmission of COVID-19 and says Jones's case is unique as he subjected himself to voluntary quarantine for the UFC in Las Vegas. However, it was stated by Jones' attorney, Jackie Terlahi, her client submitted a medical hardship form prior to returning on Guam, and it was disregarded. The court plans to issue a decision sometime today. Well, the decision is ultimately up to the governor, but the Physicians Advisory Group in their meeting Tuesday discussed two issues they're hoping will be implemented by the end of this week. PAG member Dr. Hoa Win says he's optimistic the governor will give the green light to the early test out program for home quarantine. The PAG has recommended quarantine travelers be allowed to be tested on day 6 and, if negative, be released on day 7 to home quarantine, with it being mandatory for them to download what's called the Sarah Alert. According to Dr. Wynn, the PAG also discussed the possibility of more businesses reopening. Dr. Wynn saying the PAG is hoping the governor will be making an announcement on both issues at least by Friday. We should add there's no word just yet on whether the governor will be extending the PCOR 1 and stay-home order, which is set to expire tomorrow. Meanwhile, a peaceful protest is being held today outside of Adelup. The peaceful protest is to end the lockdown, reopen businesses, end mandatory quarantine for residents, demand a plan, demand transparency, and demand better health care. Participants are urged to wear masks and practice social distancing. The peaceful protest at Adelup is scheduled for 4:30 this afternoon. Guam's only public hospital is about to get an upgrade to their COVID care units as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers prepares to start on some desperately needed work. Peter Santos reports.
They're focused to then augment and to enhance the electrical sources for those rooms in the COVID care area.
Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas referring to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who've been brought in to sort out and upgrade the electrical work at the Guam Memorial Hospital's COVID care unit to accommodate the use of ventilators and dialysis machines, as currently the electrical system is only able to support one at a time.
You can only handle, provide electrical source for a ventilator, and if the individual needs to be on dialysis, we need to move that individual somewhere nearby to get the dialysis treatment. So that was our challenge with the third floor telemetry unit. That was one of the discoveries, was that we cannot put a patient in there who needs both the ventilator and the hemodialysis. And so this is where, the Army Corps was brought in. There was a request to help us in a very quick manner.
The Army Corps of Engineers will begin work as requested by GMH and the Surgeon Cell through the Office of Civil Defense. Posadas said the work to enhance the electrical capabilities of the COVID care units will begin soon.
And right now, we cleared out Care 2 so that we can begin that work to have that electrical source for dialysis.
A report released in April by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers stated that, quote, the current infrastructure of the GMH facility is in an overall state of failure due to age, environmental exposure, lack of financial resources to support pre-planned capital infrastructure replacements, and lack of previous facility design adherence to building codes. Extensive repair and or replacement of all GMH facility sections are required to ensure renewed compliance with hospital accreditation standards and to protect the life, health, and safety of staff, patients, and visitors. The full interview can be found on our KUAM YouTube page. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
According to a media release from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, after FEMA issued the mission statement to the Corps, the Honolulu District awarded Hensel Phelps the contract to complete electrical repairs, negative pressure upgrades on 2 floors of GMH, and install a temporary backup power generator. The anticipated completion date is October 18th. NAVFAC Marianas personnel will provide construction management in support of the Army Corps of Engineers for this urgent solution. The government of Guam and GMH will manage the facilities once repair work of the FEMA-funded project is complete. Guam officials expect to use the facility to treat COVID-19 non-acute patients. In national news, today marks the start of 3 days of public remembrances for the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Skylar Henry has more details from the court.
Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg arrived at the Supreme Court for the last time Wednesday, where she now lies in repose. Ginsburg was remembered as a trailblazer and a fierce advocate for women's rights.
This was Justice Ginsburg's life's work. to insist that the Constitution deliver on its promise, that we, the people, would include all the people.
Chief Justice John Roberts said Ginsburg's opinions will guide the court for decades to come.
She will live on in what she did to improve the law and the lives of all of us. And yet, still, Ruth is gone, and we grieve.
Carolyn Curry Talman and Renee Bobbitt came from Florida to pay their respects.
So many of the things that we take for granted as women and people, she was instrumental in providing. So that's really why we felt like we had to be here.
President Trump is expected to come to the Supreme Court to pay his respects to Justice Ginsburg tomorrow. The president says he needs to move quickly to name her replacement so the full court can hear any cases that come up from the November election.
You're going to need 9 justices up there. I think it's going to be very important because what they're doing is a hoax with the ballots. They're sending out tens of millions of ballots unsolicited.
President Trump met with Judge Amy Coney Barrett for a second time at the White House Tuesday, and sources tell CBS News she is the leading candidate to replace Justice Ginsburg on the bench. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Washington.
The Federal Election Commission wants to know more about a $9,000 campaign donation Congressman Michael St. Nicholas returned to a donor. The FEC, in a September 13th letter to the congressman, said if he doesn't, quote, adequately respond to the letter, his campaign could face audit or enforcement action. As reported, former St. Nicholas Chief of Staff John Paul Manuel alleged St. Nicholas received an over-the-limit $10,000 donation from local businessman Andy Park. The individual limit for congressional donors is $2,800 per election. While St. Nicholas didn't respond to the allegation, his campaign finance files show he returned a $9,000 donation to Park in February. Congressman St. Nicholas, however, never disclosed the donation to federal election officials in his campaign filings. Quote, it appears that this contribution was not previously reported by your committee. Please amend the appropriate reports to disclose the original contribution or provide clarifying information. St. Nicholas did not return a request for comment. The general manager of the Guam Solid Waste Authority is stepping down. Larry Gast has advised the GSWA board of his plan to retire. Board chairperson Andrew Gale confirms that Gast submitted his resignation, but that they are encouraging him to stay until they can find a replacement. Gale says the board's regular monthly meeting is scheduled for today and they will discuss gas retirement. He says they will also get an update on GSWA's financial situation. Revenues have dropped as many businesses have reduced operations or shut down due to the pandemic. And joining us now is Jason Salas with a quick sports update.
Okay, yeah, and this is the kind of sports update I really wish I did not have to make. Hafide and good morning, everybody. A sad day from the world of national sports greets us today, unfortunately, because Gale Sayers, many people who say it was the greatest player, and I would not disagree with this, the greatest player of his generation, has passed away at the age of 77. This is why, you youngsters out there, you guys watch YouTube and everything, look up footage of Gale Sayers. Prior to Barry Sanders, prior to even the greatest Chicago Bear of all time, many people believe, Sweetness, Walter Payton, Gale Sayers was absolutely untouchable as a tailback for the Monsters of the Midway. Gale Sayers, after a lengthy battle with dementia, is gone today at the age of 77. And then my friend Sean Gumatauto, a longtime colleague of ours here and a die-hard professional wrestling fan. I mean, Sean is absolutely legit. Road Warrior Animal, otherwise known as Joe Laurinaitis, is dead today at the age of 60. The WWE actually confirmed that. So in tribute to Animal, what a rush! Rest in peace, you guys. So Gale Sayers. Oh, Chris, you know, we talk about movies here on the show and everything. Did either of you guys watch Brian's Song? I believe it was a made-for-TV. It was a theatrical release, but it came out in the 70s. It was about Gale Sayers and Brian Piccolo, who both played, and about Brian's Song. So it was about Brian Piccolo. It was Billy D. Williams and James Caan. One of the saddest movies you were ever going to see, but it really captures the spirit of, you know, what teammates are and about friendship and about, you know, just how you will go the extra mile for one of your friends. So go check that out. Check out, you know, you guys, to pay tribute to Gale Sayers, look up some footage of Gale Sayers, his highlights, and watch Brian's Song. It's a really, really good movie.
All right, thanks, Jace.
Rest in peace, Gale Sayers and
R.I.P. Animal. We are going to have more on the link after the break.
Stay connected while physically apart during PCOR 1 Document.
life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired. But there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Humanic with Michelle Uggan here for. They have rescheduled the COVID testing, right, Bree?
Yes, they rescheduled it for October 3rd. 9 a.m. to 12 noon. And if you had already pre-registered, if you were part of the Lucky 200, then your spot is secure.
And so are they just testing, do we know, are they just testing the 200? I mean, should we even bother announcing it if there's already 200 people signed up?
Well, people need to know when it's been rescheduled for. So if
good call.
Yeah. I don't even know. Has all 200 spots been filled? We don't know.
We can ask.
Yeah, but if it hasn't, then give the mayor a call. We can call and find out.
We can.
But
We will.
If you got a spot, then you're good to go.
Hey, Thursdays we do our partnership. We got a partnership with a network of nurses with the Guam Nurses Association. This morning we'll be profiling Guam Department of Education nurse Julieta Kaneni. But first, we're going to play this little feature that we got here, Bree.
Yeah, this was from the governor's office. They sent over a video of a nurse over at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And speaking of a nurse, real quickly, I just wanted to give a shout out to Luneta Tanantango, who is watching our live stream. Buenas from GMH's third floor. Hi, everybody. But yeah, this is the video that was sent over by Crystal Paco San Augustine yesterday. I'm trying to find who it is of. Do you know, Jace, who the nurse is?
I think it's Charlotte Almonte.
Yeah.
Yes. Charlene?
Charlene. Yeah.
Charlene?
Char. See Char name?
Okay.
Yeah, see Char.
Yeah, it is the video is very, very emotional. She makes she basically comes out and pleads with the community, and she goes, "This is what my experience is like, and I am not unique." She's like, "This is what I've been going through, and it's like this for all of my colleagues." She makes, I don't want to, speak for Char, but, she basically even says, across the country, changes are being made and the curves are being flattened at the community level, not the hospital level. So, please do what you can to take the strain off of us.
Okay, so let's go ahead and play this. We're coming back with some of your village mayors here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E on this Thursday at 6:41.
So hard when you see someone fighting for their life and they're terrified that the only thing you can do is hold their hand and tell them that you're there. Hi, my name is Charlene. I am a nurse at GMH, Guam Memorial Hospital. I never imagined that I would be here. I always knew that I wanted to help people when they were sick, when they needed it most, and I never imagined it would be during a pandemic that would be tested. So I did stay in lodging for a couple of months. A lot of us jumped at the opportunity to try and protect our families. I haven't seen my family since PCOR 1. I cried, oh gosh, I've cried so much during the last month because it's so overwhelming. To have the patient be intubated because their lives depend on it is something that is very scary. I've experienced 3 intubations, and then I had my first death not too long ago. I'm so adamant on people staying home because, because I'm there with the patient as they're dying, and they can't be with the ones that they love. We're struggling, we're exhausted, we're fighting as much as we can. I really need people to just understand how serious this is. I've seen this one post that I loved, and it's saying like, we are no longer your front lines, we are your last line of defense, and it's true. The nations that are overcoming COVID are doing so at the community level, not at the hospital. COVID is preventable. It's just that we need everyone's help to maintain it.
And that was a video that was produced by the governor's office of a nurse at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
All right, let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where Jason Solis worked hard to Clorox wipe everything. I don't know, mayors, it should smell like Clorox and Lysol in there. Are you good? Okay. Are we getting Mayor Rivera, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we'll go ahead and take it into the KUM News Zoom room where we have standing by Mayor Jesse Gogui of OCP, Orda Chalampago in the House, and Mayor Melissa Savares of Deleon. She's also the Mayor's Council of Guam president. Good morning, mayors.
Good morning.
And
Good morning.
also, we have Mayor Louise Rivera of Tatuha, Tamuning Tuman Harmon. Good morning, Mayor Louise.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning on you, Bananas of Zeus. Let's go ahead and start with Mayor Melissa, right? As you know, Deleon, we're in your neck of the jungle, kind of. We're kind of sassaying on the border of Harmon and Deleon. Yes. Mayor, let's start with you. What's the latest news in the village of Deleon?
Well, we're of course continuing to feed our seniors from our both Deleon and Estumbo Senior Centers, as well as those that have registered with our senior meals. We're working with GDOE to do food commodities the beginning of October. And then we're just doing the final cleanups with, we've exhausted our junk vehicle purchase order.
We're just doing a few white goods tires that are left over. And we're closing out the fiscal year for those purchase orders. So, we're aggressively trying to get things cleaned up before the end of the fiscal year and then start new.
And how are your villagers doing with this PCOR 1 lockdown, Mayor? Doesn't look like they're following the orders.
Well, one thing is that we still have traffic on the road. Schools, of course, on Tuesday, certain schools have their different schedules for grab and learn, and usually on Fridays we have the grab and go commodities at the schools as well. So, with 9 public schools, we have a lot of schools that are still doing the Zoom learning. Teachers are in their classroom settings, meaning they're in their spaces doing the learning with the children. We don't see people out on the street, children out on the streets, in the parks. Of course, the parks are closed. We still have individuals that are wanting to go out and do more stuff, get out of their homes. But of course, we continue to remind them when we're in the areas that, we're still at PCOR 1, practice social distancing, going out only when you need to. The people on the road continue to say that they're still going to work, which is good. And the businesses that are open are essential. So.
What are you hearing though, Mayor? I'm pretty sure as the head of the Mayor's Council of Guam, anytime there's a big decision like the one we're going to hear today from Atalig, we know that they advise the mayors of what's going to happen. So what have you been advised about the announcement that's coming today? Are we going to extend the PCOR 1 lockdown? Are more businesses going to open? What's your conversation with Atalig been like?
More businesses will be able to open. Will still be at the PCOR 1. However, lifting of other businesses and operations will be lifted. And same with the medical, advisory group. They're letting the governor know to go ahead and open certain things. Of course, we continue to say funerals will still be restricted, with 10 people. And it's difficult when you want to pay your respects, and especially when you have a big family. But, through the different findings in the past through contact tracing, some of the deaths and the spreads that they've had are that these things have been contacted at funerals, family funerals. So, the restriction will still be at 10 and still limited on a rotation basis. However, other businesses will be able to open. Bars will not likely be open, as we see that restaurants are now more than just curbside takeout. You can actually go in and pick up. So families can still go in and get their takeout orders. Other retail business, I believe they are going to be opening some more retail spaces where clothing is one where they're going to open those areas, and other necessities, not necessarily just essential.
With the retail that you're hearing about clothing, I'm assuming you're talking about places like Ross. Has your conversation with Atalig been that these retail businesses will be open in terms of they'll allow customers inside of the store?
Yes. So right now it's only what they call the online orders, and then they do the curbside pickup. So it looks like they will be opening up. They're still, when I talked to them on Monday, they're still working with the Department of Public Health and the the Doctors Advisory Group on how much more of the retail they can open. But they definitely are going to open the clothing stores as well. So, and then more, I just saw smaller clothing apparel stores that were open yesterday with curbside pickup, and they don't really do online. It's phone calls.
Right.
So phone calls and see what they have. So those things will be lifted.
Wow, Mayor, thank you. It sounds like you're in the loop now.
Minimal, yeah.
Well, let's bring on your colleagues here, Mayor Jesse, Mayor Louise. Were you guys aware that this is what was going to be announced today? Well, we're assuming it's going to be announced today. Unmute. Mayor Jesse?
No. And understandably so. I mean, we've got officers of the Mayor's Council of Guam and who are really the direct to leadership above us, which includes Atalig. And, there are 19 mayors, 7 vice mayors, and the last thing Atalig needs is 19 mayors are having to spend time briefing 19 mayors, 7 vice mayors every single time they make a decision. So I'm confident with the leadership of the Mayor's Council of Guam and, of course, Atalig itself that the flow of information remains continuous, and more importantly, that eventually it gets down to us. And so, I mean, we've been trudging along and doing what needs to be done. As a matter of fact, when you ask Melissa, what are you guys doing in Dededo, the question is, what aren't we doing? Everything that we would normally do in the course of the day, we're doing, in addition to supporting our schools, because they've got their students working at home and oftentimes needing a place to just connect to the internet, helping them pass out materials, because when they do the hard copy issuance, it ends at a certain time. Well, for us, they end those hard copy pickups before we close our offices, and oftentimes they'll come to us and say, hey, parents come, can they pick it up from your office? Absolutely. So the question ultimately becomes, what aren't we doing? Not what are we doing, but what aren't we doing?
Well, I stand corrected, Mayor Jesse. I'll ask that next time.
So Mayor Jesse, what are you or aren't you doing with this this announcement from the Department of Defense? I want to say it's like $3 million for some sort of facility for military families.
Right.
And this is a and no, it's not for military families. It's for the community, which many need to realize that includes the military families. Mm-hmm. Most of the people that are stationed here in Guam are living off base. They're not living in housings, at Naval Station or Anderson, or over at APRA housing, or over at NICTAMS. You've got more people in the military, active duty military, including our reserves and guardsmen, that are living off base than they are living on base. So this is a project that we've been planning for 10 years. This is the project we've been actively seeking funding for the last 5 years. And more importantly, this opportunity that was presented by the Office of Economic Adjustment to help communities, because it's not just our community. There were 16 projects selected from throughout the United States. It was open to all 50 states and all 5 territories. It was a notice of opportunity, federal funding opportunity, that was announced back in May. And it just happened to fit the template of what we've been trying to do for the last 5 years, or at least the funding that we've been trying to seek for the last 5 years. And that's to build a multi-purpose center. And, and that's a fancy name for a beefed up gym. Right. And so because we had the plans put together more than 5 years ago, because we had always tried to keep pace with what it would cost to build this thing, this facility in the area that we wanted to build it on the footprint that we wanted to build it over. When this opportunity notice came about, we had basically all of the information they needed if we wanted to apply for this funding. And so we did. We put together a grant proposal and submitted it back in June. And there were about, according to OEA, the Office of Economic Adjustment, there were over 140 applications that were submitted. Out of the 140 applications submitted, 109 applications met their criteria. Cost estimate from a third-party company. It's not just my word that's what it was going to cost. It was actually a third-party review of our plan, and based on Guam's economic factors, what would it cost? We were able to get a couple of installation command endorsements saying, yes, this project would be great for our military community and for Order Telepalco community and Guam island community, because it'll be open to everybody. And more importantly, we also, from the onset, have always looked at trying to build a facility that could dual purpose as a shelter.
Right.
And once this project is done, this will actually be the first designated shelter, or at least that's what we're going to try to do with civil defense, homeland security, is to try to get it FEMA certified.
Right.
So it'll be the first emergency shelter outside of the Guam Department of Education system.
Nice.
And
And Mayor Jesse, I remember you.
let me finish. What we're trying to do here at Order Telepalco is we're trying to build a template for the other mayors. Hopefully we can have something like this in the northern region, in the southern region, and show that it can work.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember
Where?
I was over at your office and you showed me the plans for this thing. Looks pretty cool.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Where is this going to be built?
It's going to be in Orda Chalampago.
This is-
Duh.
We have a baseball field in Order Chalampago, and it roughly sits on about 9 acres of land. And at the baseball field, we have an existing community center. It's really a social hall. And then we have a outdoor basketball and tennis court. And so what we're going to do is we're basically taking the outdoor basketball and tennis court and bringing it indoors.
Right.
We'll actually take out the basketball tennis court is more than 30 years old. It's obviously in need of repairs. Over the 12 years I've been the mayor, I've tried to, because this has been a vision. So over the last 12 years that I've been a mayor, I've been trying to judiciously spend what I need to keep it open, but not necessarily spend so much money, knowing that eventually I was going to take it out and try to put something more permanent and bringing the port area indoors. And so we've been trying to manage the resources of this village judiciously, and so that's where we're going to put this multi-purpose center at.
Thank you, Mayor Jesse. Let's move over to Mayor Louise. Mayor Louise, as the mayor of one of the biggest, if not the biggest, business sector on the island, Tamuning Tumon Harmon. What did you hear about the reopening of businesses, and what's your village saying about this announcement that we're anticipating today, Mayor?
There are a lot of people happy about the reopening and being able to help these businesses bring in the income. I mean, businesses continue to pay rent. No one ever saw this coming or what to expect of it. People are hurting. There's still a great need of food and jobs, and right now we're also reaching out to social workers, to come out and help those that are feeling the pain and what they're going through, so that they don't lose hope. And so anything we can do to help the economy get back on its feet. It's great hearing that a lot more stores are opening, businesses are coming out wanting to post things or signs all over the place saying that they're open again. Then there's also a group that I heard of that that want to do protesting and a motorcade, to do the things safely, because we understand that there is this virus out there. We don't want we don't want it to continue to spread. We want to do everything that we can, and many businesses, they have their plan. I know that they're doing the best that they can to make sure that everything is sanitized, and they have the people there to make sure people are coming in safely. There's a lot of responsible business people, that and they don't understand why they're closing when they see other businesses open. So there's just so many different emotions in regards to all of this. But yes, we all need to work together, to make sure that businesses are able to open and continue to be safe. We look out for one another. I know that there's reporting. People will be calling me all the time saying, "Oh, I was at this store and they're so great in social distancing and sanitizing and making sure someone's handing out the wipes." Then I get another call from someone saying, "Oh, there's no control. The store people, they can't even, handle all the customers coming in." And, so sometimes people are saying it's safer just to close it. So, there's different emotions and people's responses to these different things that we just need to all help one another. If there's someone that needs help, there's someone doing something wrong, we need to help them make things better, to do things right, so that we can all open safely.
Right. So you guys have been talking about this whole, we're going to see businesses open. Reopen? Do you know what specific businesses though? Are we talking about hair salons, fitness centers? What are we talking about? Were you in the meetings? Were you in the meetings, Mayor Luis? Or is it just Mayor Savares?
I was not informed of the meeting that was going on.
We can bring on Mayor Savares.
Yeah, so they're still working with Department of Public Health. After the first wave of PCOR 1, salons were able to open, nail places were able to open, bars opened actually, and game rooms opened. So it's essential things that families need. Of course, they're concerned, the physicians advisory group, their concern is that when people go to bars, they take their mask on, they hug each other, they're happy, right, to drink. So those will be some restrictions, but we know that other service areas will be open. I'm not sure what the final business areas will be allowed to open, but I know that the restrictions will still be funerals, bars, and the number of people at funerals, and then bars. The other service, clothing, the malls will be open to a restricted limit. Of course, all of these facilities had their public health guidelines that had to be followed. When you enter the mall, they take your temperature. When you enter and then you have hand sanitizers available, and then they sanitize after people leave.
So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the possibility that we're going to see the mall, the shopping, the GPO, Micronesia Mall, possibly opening. I guess tomorrow, whenever the governor lifts or does whatever she's going to do.
So again,
what about
the final would be whatever's advised by Department of Public Health and the Physicians Advisory Group. We will get those actual business lists when the governor does her executive order.
Right.
But that was what was discussed on Monday is she's still getting the guidance from the Physicians Advisory Group. Physicians Advisory Group, we heard Dr. Wen say, open up with restrictions.
Right. Yeah.
Have you guys heard anything about quarantine, about releasing more people, about changes? Because the protocols have been changing a couple of times this week. Have you guys heard anything new?
Other than what's been in the executive, the releases, yesterday there was another release about quarantine. That's where we're, because that quarantine again is through the Department of Public Health. I understand that they've been in court this week with certain quarantine suits and concerns. So we have not discussed that. They didn't. Our Zoom meeting is strictly with the governor, at myself, the chief judge. The Judge Carbolito for the courts and the speaker. And so, of course, that's on Mondays. And so, what happens between Monday and today's Thursday, there's a lot of discussion with the Department of Public Health and the Physicians Advisory Group. Things continue to move. And
was any part of the discussions, you said that, so since the reopening of businesses was brought up, what about child care facilities. Was that discussed on who's going to watch kids?
Of course, with people, they're working with the Department of Public Health. Physicians Advisory Group and Department of Public Health are the ones advising the governor on the other facilities, child care, the schools, and what types of businesses.
Let me just ask, Mayor, right? So I'm thinking about how, and we've seen it with the just pressure from the businesses, and we knew that there was a lot of meetings that happened this week. I know that reps from the chamber have been really trying to sit down with the gov and get that FaceTime and, plead their case. And it looks like, we're reopening things. But just on the virus angle, are you guys confident that we have a handle on this virus? Because by pushing for the reopenings, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be limited ways they can open, the protocols with the COVID-19. But just from a virus spread standpoint, we haven't really done a lot of testing. Our testing positivity rate is still very high. Hospitalizations, Lillian said that we kind of stabilized, but we're not out of the jungle yet. So just from a virus standpoint, do you think that our healthcare system and the COVID-19 response, when we talk about the different triggers, public health's ability to conduct mass community testing, public health's ability to have a robust contact tracing system, and then it also deals with the hospitalizations and the testing positivity rate. So do you think we have enough of a handle on this virus that we're just going to lift the gates and open everything up and we'll be okay?
Chris and Sabrina, as far as the testing is concerned, it's not just the Department of Public Health doing testing. There are private clinics that have the testing kits. I had a call the other day from a resident saying, I have symptoms, but I haven't been exposed. So I said, well, who is your private doctor? And they said who their private doctor. I said, call your private physician and inquire about going in for a testing. So testing is not just limited to Department of Public Health. Let me tell you, I see, because the Northern Health Center is where they're doing testing for those that are tied in with contact tracing. They line up at the Department of Public Health Northern Health Center because they're called. And that line, they don't start testing until 9 o'clock. So by 8 o'clock, the line starts going out of the Northern Health Center because they were called the day before or a few days before because they came in contact with someone who was tested positive. So, like I said, Department of Public Health is not the only place where people can get tested. Unfortunately, we were supposed to have a testing on this past Saturday in Yamada.
Right. Yeah.
What happened is because of the rain, that was postponed. And the reason why they have to limit it, it's because they have the test kits to do the testing. But if they take more than 200 tests, they'll be there for 4 or 5 hours. And, the nurses at Public Health told me, we can only be in these PPEs for no more than 4 hours. You need to switch off at least every 2 hours.
Yeah.
But do we have that many nurses? Even with the DOE nurses that are helping, they're helping in the hospitals, they're helping at Public Health, they're helping in the outreaches. And, there's only so many DOE nurses that can come out.
Right, Mayor. And that basically means that we don't have the ability to conduct the community mass testing, which is supposed to be one of the triggers for moving us from PCOR to PCOR. I want to switch it to the other mayors, just and answer the same question, Mayor Jesse, Mayor Louise. Do we have enough of a handle on this virus? Is this going to be the new normal moving forward, the current state of affairs with public health and how they're able to respond with testing and testing positivity and the Guam Memorial Hospital hospitalizations? Mayor Jesse?
Well, Chris, I have my opinion on whether or not we have a handle on it. But one of the things that I try to be cautious about is I have no medical background whatsoever. I know and I believe that based on all of the information that's come out of the governor's office and given her health advisory committee, given the wealth of knowledge that her leadership over at Public Health has, I believe that they are doing what they believe is necessary in order to keep a handle on what's going on. and obviously it's weighed against what available resources we have on Guam. Should the numbers grow and the number of people who need to be hospitalized grows, and so it's kind of like it's exactly this. I don't try to second guess the expertise of that our healthcare providers or our trained healthcare officials, and making these kinds of decisions, just like I wouldn't expect them to question or challenge, not necessarily question, but to challenge the decisions an engineer makes when it comes to building buildings or repairing roads or fixing infrastructure problems. And so I have every confidence that what's been happening and decisions that have been made with a great deal of thought, a great deal of expertise in their areas of healthcare, and that the administration and our healthcare providers are doing what they can do to keep this under control.
Mayor Louise?
Okay, well, like I said, we continue to look out for the guidance that comes out, from public health and governor's office. So even at this time, when they come out with guidance and there's some concerns to it, I really appreciate that they take the time to listen to us and, they respond to like what the needs are in the community, because when only certain businesses were allowed to open, there were difficulties on, trying to get things in order to run that business, or in order for the mayor's office to continue to go out and serve food and, to deliver meals to the Manumco and to the kids, also delivering homework and stuff. Public health and the governor's office continue to listen to our needs about having the auto repair shops need to be open. We were in need of tires or supplies, oil, stuff like that. So there's still that need. And we see that, because this is totally new for all of us. No one expected this. And this hasn't happened before. I mean, we've been through other things such as, like typhoons and, flooding, things like that. But, with this virus, because we can't see it, we don't know who has it, we don't know if it's around us. Yes, it's the new norm. I mean, here we are always with our, now with our alcohol and our masks. We're always, we have to stay safe, do what we can. And, we just ask everybody to please respect each other and, keep your distance. It's embarrassing because, a lot of times we're so used to just running up to each other and hugging. Oh, we miss you. And we amen, we kiss, or, stuff like that. And now it's like, how are you? Air hugs. And, so, we just need to do what we can to stay safe, especially with us. And, a lot of people have been calling me, telling me, Louise, make sure you stay safe because you still have to go out there. And, every time we come to the office early in the morning until late at night when the sun goes down, there's a lot of people around our compound exercising, a lot of tennis players, so I'm getting calls saying, how come they're out there? But, they've allowed it. They've allowed for exercises to go on, and tennis is okay because they're apart. They don't want groups of like basketball players. So even when the kids come out to practice or, to play basketball, we have to continue to help monitor them and let them understand, go one at a time, shoot your hoops and, just don't stay close together and watch your sweat, don't make it fly to each other. So it's the constant being able to help others understand and know the reason why we're doing this. Places have to be closed, but we're trying to let them know that we want to come back, we want to open up everything again. but we have to really do it safely. The
Right.
numbers
So,
just,
so I guess we're just gonna have to wait until the governor holds her press conference, if she holds a press conference today or not, which we're all hoping, because I think we all need to know what is going on.
We all just love hanging by the seat of our pants waiting for these last minute announcements. It's so courteous to clue us in and tell us what to expect.
Yeah, and then as we wait for the governor, do you guys have any update on like the collection of junk goods? Has that been ceased during P-Core 1, or are we going to pick it up when we go into P-Core?
Fun.
Yeah.
ongoing right now.
It is,
As a
okay.
matter of fact, yesterday and today, we're still removing junk vehicles and then collecting white goods. And, you know, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity for allowing us to be here, because I'd also like to share that today, you know, we finally got equipment to come out and do the maintenance that we need to be done on EPAL Road. So EPAL Road from the SDA clinic down to the Hilton intersection will be closed this morning from 9 a.m. till it's all clear. You know, that's a dangerous, narrow street, you know, so we continue to work with the Department of Public Works in making sure that Route 14B is cleared. There's trees that have been there that are, you know, on the cliffside that are dangerous and loose. And, you know, with all this rain and all that, we continue to do what we can to keep the streets and the community safe. You know, so, you know, from day one, when all this started, the mayors, I know we have all been out there and we continue to work. And we just, you know, we asked for, you know, patience and, you know, like for everybody to, you know, pardon us and, you know, excuse the inconvenience. But we are just doing what we can to make sure that things are cleared and safe for all of us.
Mayor Savares, so you guys are still taking phone calls for people to come get their white goods and things like that picked up from the recycling revolving fund?
Yes, we have a few white goods more that we can take now that the vendors have opened, because some of the vendors during P-Core 1, the first 3 weeks were actually closed. We're done with the funding that was allotted to us to remove junk vehicles. So we're done, you know.
You've exhausted all the money?
Exhausted all that money that was given to us for junk vehicles. However, white goods and tires, we're doing the final. We have until next week on the 30th to complete all these activities, these tasks. And then, because of course at the end of September is the end of the fiscal year, we need to clear those purchase orders out and get those vendors paid, and then hopefully before December we'll have new purchase orders.
Was this just only for Deredo or every single?
No, for everybody.
Oh,
for all
wow.
the villages.
Maybe you should ask for that $500,000 that went to the 3G. Or whatever
Well, the
it's
good
called.
thing is that the Guam EPA board had already approved for the next fiscal year for the transfers. So we don't have to wait for the board to have a meeting again. And the MOA between Guam EPA and the Mayor's Council is already a carryover for the next fiscal year. So we don't need to wait for all those things to happen. They're already in place. And that's why I said, hopefully by the first quarter, we'll be able to get new purchase orders for the same task.
Mayor, we had a comment here. Deredo Mayor, there's still some kind of religious gathering going on almost nightly at Swamp Road. It's been called in, but nothing has been done.
Okay, I'll check Swamp Road this afternoon.
Okay.
Find out what's going on there. Okay.
I want to thank you guys for coming on. Do we want to do it last?
No, I just wanted to say to Mayor Gogui, you know, condolences to everybody in Ora Chalanpago with the passing of Monsignor Kirikwa.
Yeah, and Mayor Gogui, if you could, tell us a little bit about how your community, it's a very tight-knit community, how they've reacted to Monsignor's passing.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard. excuse me. So the passing of Monsignor hit the community hard, and so one of the things that we've been waiting on is to find out from the family what funeral services are going to be planned for Monsignor. And one of the things the family was waiting on was, as you know, when Monsignor went into some of you may know, is when Monsignor went into the hospital because he had contracted the COVID-19. Also admitted to the hospital with him was his brother Tony, his youngest brother Tony. And so because Tony was still in the hospital, after Monsignor's passing, and he was doing the rosaries from the hospital. Yesterday was the first time he actually was there for the rosary at his home for his brother. And so now that Tony's out of the hospital, hopefully the family will move forward with the plans. And they'll make the announcement to the community on what funeral services are being planned for Monsignor. But know that the family rosary ends tonight, or the public rosary ends tonight, and they'll do the family will continue the 9 days rosaries, family rosaries, starting tomorrow for them. But at San Juan Bautista Church on Sunday, until he's buried, we'll continue to do an 8:30 rosary and our parking lot gatherings, and then subsequently followed by our 9 o'clock mass. But thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. It's definitely going to be heartbreaking, as Mayor Savares has already told us that they're planning on carrying over restrictions for funerals. And I know that there's a lot more than 10 people who want to be able to say goodbye to Monsignor. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers are with your village, Mayor Gogo. Mayor Louise, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Always good to see you.
Yeah, you're looking good. My God.
What's going on? Are you on the keto or the Zumba?
Zumba, and I'm riding my bike now.
All
right.
Right on. Yeah, Dave. Mayor Savares, thank you for spilling the beans. We're supposed to get Crystal Pacos and Augustine, but she said she didn't have the info ready. But
you might want to turn off your phone for a while.
They're probably going to chew you out. Did you go on the link again? What'd I tell you?
No, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Definitely, Mayor. Thank you. We'll see you guys.
Take care. Stay safe.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Gogo, Mayor Louise. Always good to see you. There you go. That's your village mayors right there. And we'll get more mayors on. I love having the mayors on.
Yeah, and they work so hard. Their staff, I mean, they have been there from the beginning of this thing. I mean, even though they may not have been in the loop at the beginning of this thing, they were still, no matter what, were working. People were calling them, and as much as, they didn't know what was going on, but, they do what they do. And so thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with our Thursday segment that we do with the Guam Nurses Association. It's called Network of Nurses. And then we'll also catch up with congressional candidates Robert Underwood and Will Castro this morning, talking about the threat of China. And then I think we are going to get Gina.
Talk about other things too.
Yeah, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. Don't worry, it's going to be good. At 7:24, we'll be back with more of The Link on the Breeze. 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
We're celebrating. We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the health care we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. 7:30. Also on the breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM in Hagåtña. She's putting the brie in breeze. Sabrina Salas Mantanoni, good morning.
Hey.
Here's who's coming up on the show. We're going to get some more businesses to come on, as I'm pretty sure they're popping bottles this morning with the announcement from Mayor Savares that we are going to see some businesses reopening. Interesting, and we'll talk more about this, obviously, coming up on the show. But let's knock out some partnerships. We have a great partnership with the Guam Nurses Association, where we've been able to share some pretty compelling stories with you guys over the last few weeks.
Right. Last week actually was pretty fun, I think.
Yeah, we had Nurse Rosie who showed us. I thought I knew how to put on a mask the right way. I mean, you'd think like, God, it's a mask. How hard is it? But
she schooled us.
Yeah, definitely
For sure.
schooled us. So 7:31, and this week we will feature from the Guam Department of Education. She is, of course, the head nurse, Julieta Kineni. Good morning, Auntie Julieta.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning. Thank you for coming on.
And
Thank
we're so glad to have you here, as you guys have kind of been reactivated. I know that the GDOE nurses were helping out during the first lockdown, I believe, and now we've seen you guys get called up again. Maybe if you could, Julieta, tell us where the GDOE nurses are and how they're helping out in the fight against COVID-19.
Yes, for sure. Of course, as you mentioned, the first wave between March and May, all our nurses were predominantly assigned to the public health areas. And under public health, we were helping Port Authority of Guam. We were helping the airport. At that time, it was still central region, northern region, and southern. So that's where our nurses were also assigned. And then we also had some nurses in the acute care setting, as in the hospital, where they were also supporting. And even this time when school just started and, of course, schools closed, again, our nurses went straight to help. Majority of them, approximately 32 right now, are helping public health. Again, in the different areas, as I mentioned, which could be the port, northern region, where they predominantly help with the swabbing and the assessment at that side. And then we also have nurses at the Guam Memorial Hospital as well, helping and supporting that side.
Mm-hmm. So what are they doing at GMH?
So, remember, school nurses are a different specialization, right? So where our job description and our skills are very closely to public health. So when we know that it could be a possible surge, that we need more nurses to engage in the acute care setting, we work with Deleon and we said, let's come up with a training schedule so that way our nurses could also be faced in with orientation, and that could ease, the anxiety and the scaredness, so they could get a feel back for what the acute care setting would be. Because majority of our nurses been in school nursing 10, 15, 20, and even more years. So they might not have that acute care skills that what would be needed to take care for a critical ill patient or patient in med-surg that have other things that we don't have in the school, we don't have at the school side. So that's what they're predominantly doing. So approximately a 7-week orientation program where they're being mentored. They work, of course, at different shifts in the different units and, skills testing and things like that they have to do again as well.
Julieta, let's talk about, because I'm just assuming that when you go from the school nurse setting, which is a whole different ballgame, right? Checking for lice, a kid has a tummy ache, thrust into the front line of COVID-19. And I know that's why you guys train and that's why you're nurses, but what was one of the moments for you, maybe you could share with us, where you kind of took a look around and said, wow, I'm really in this fight against the coronavirus?
So again, as you just mentioned, all nurses receive the same basic education. If you do your BS and your Bachelor of Science of Nursing, right, whether you work hospital, public health, or in the school setting, we all complete that, right? Then you choose your specialization. You choose, would you like to work in the hospital? Would you like to work public health, prison, or whatever specialization? So it doesn't mean school nursing is less prepared to take care of other type of patient. It just means we all develop a different skill set because that is your love, that is what you choose to do, right? Definitely, specifically during March and May, we were asked as school nurses, let's go help set up. Remember, nothing was set up. COVID is new to everyone. We're gonna go help at the airport. You help at the airport, nothing is set up. We kind of help develop the process, get that stabilized. Let's move on to the next area. The port, same thing, nothing is set up. What is the processes that we would like to have in place so that, you know, we keep safety of everyone involved there? And then the same go with when they start opening the quarantine and isolation sites. I was the first one to greet our first positive patient. Again, nothing was set up. We start developing whatever the process should be so that we could safely take care of those patients at that time. So we're real fast. I mean, this happened March 16, 17, right? When the executive order came out and the governor asked our superintendent, can the school nurses help? Immediately we start preparing. Right. Immediately we did our fit testing, which is needed so we can wear the N95 mask. Immediately our nurses decided, hey, which areas, I gave them 3 choices. I said, which areas do you feel most comfortable that you could be helped and benefit our community as well? So those things immediately, right, start happening. And so when we came back to August, when it said, oh, guys, we need you to go and help again, it became almost a little easier because then the nurses knew what was expected. They knew what we did during the first wave, and this time it became a little easier. Also keep in mind, public health nurses, GMH nurses, they have their home base. We are not. We are DOE from the school setting. So we feel like visitors initially going to their home, learning their territory, but we embraced it because we knew this is our Guam, this is our community, and together we can do this. And we did that. And we're still embracing the fact that we're supporting.
But did you have any nurses that maybe were deployed to GMH and they were like, well, this is way too much for me. I didn't sign up for this, or or you know what I mean? Because it is a way different setting.
It is definitely a way different setting, but there's combination of factors too. It is not just, I'm not going to gym at quit, right? Remember, there's no daycare. Perhaps there's no one to take care of the elderly parent as well. So it wasn't just based upon I cannot or I don't want to help. It's combination of factors. And as of right now, our team is out there and do what they got to do.
Julietta, I got a message here from the Port General Manager, Roy Respicio. It puts, Chris, I see Julietta's on now. The GDOE nurses have been great operating the Port Clinic. Please ask her how much longer they'll be able to run the Port Clinic, as it has been instrumental in keeping the supply chain flowing. We broke 26,000 visits to the Port Clinic.
Yeah, of course, those are collective answers to that question, right? We are under PCO 1 right now, and the governor asked us as school nurses specifically to help during this stage when we are the pandemic condition of readiness. So if we go back to PCO 3 perhaps when school open, of course, that's totally dependent on the governor and the physician advisory team. And then our school nurses, of course, will migrate back to the school setting. But as of right now, based upon the governor's directive, we are out there supporting and helping until the island is in a better state where we can return to normality.
Are you still a DOE, or are you also out on the front line with at GMH?
Yes, I definitely support too. I predominantly support public health activities. I like being at the isolation unit. It's where we follow up with our positive patients. We call them after doctor review their charts and stuff. We'll release them. But yeah, if we look at our numbers, for instance, if I look at the last week, we have approximately 600 positive patients, right? Those are patients that have to be called every day to follow up how they are doing. Because keep in mind, the hospital have 40. Public health have 600. So we have to ensure that 600 doesn't end up in the hospital, because there's no way our infrastructure can absorb 600. So what we are doing at public health is just as instrumental, right? I'm not saying what GMH is doing is not important, but that's why it is important to differentiate. There's different specialties in healthcare, and specifically nursing, and each one of us have a uniqueness to bring to the table. Like in this case with the 600, we keep on following up on them, and if we can start mitigating when things happening, like, oh, I think you need to go, you start getting back closer to the hospital, this and that doesn't look good, but just that mere fact that the registered nurses can follow up on them make a huge difference. And that is what could help keep those patients out of the hospital.
Right, and we've seen it with the call from the Nurses Association, all hands on deck, right? And so everybody is coming out. Can we talk a little bit about the brotherhood, the sisterhood that nurses have, from GDOE nurses to GMH nurses to public health nurses?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question, Chris.
Talk a little bit about the brotherhood and the sisterhood that we have between GDOE nurses, public health nurses, and GMH nurses.
Yeah, again, as I said, a nurse is a nurse, as they would say, right? We all have the same goal in mind. We all have the same training. We all bring, it's almost you look at a circle or a square, and you take a piece out and you put it together as a puzzle again, they all fit in, because we all have a responsibility to add to make it whole again. And when I go to public health and help there, I don't look at myself as a DOE nurse just coming to help. You feel that we're all in this together. We want to get these numbers down. We want to make sure we're back to normalcy again. And that's kind of unique, what a pandemic can do, right? Because normally GMH is out there on their own, public health is out there on their own, GDOE is out there on their own. But this pandemic brings us actually closer. We communicate more. We could see what else could we implement that could, make things better in the processes that we're trying to do and apply.
Julieta, we're going to wrap up. Before we go, you mentioned that you are at the ISO facility. So what would in closing, your message to the public, because you're seeing these people who catch the COVID-19 and maybe for whatever reason, economically, right, they can't stay at their house because they don't have a room with a separate bathroom. And so they got to go up and out of their home environment and go to this facility. So what are some of the things that maybe they say to you, and what would you then unpack to the public?
Well, this combination of factors, of course, family differences, as you mentioned, that sometimes it's a small house, only one bedroom, right? I mean, one bedroom, one bathroom, so that person cannot be there, or the person is the breadwinner. If that person cannot work, they're not going to get finances. So what I like about public health approach too, we also have social workers there. So if there's any social issues that come up, to see what other support they might need. For instance, as I said, we don't have food, or we don't have medication. I don't have a car. I'm running a fever. I don't have any medication. Those are things too where public health could see what other support we could have, because the social workers could go get the medicine if it was prescribed, pick it up, take it to the family, pick up the groceries, take it to the family. So it's more than just saying stay home and you're out on your own. The public health team really planned it so that they can also embrace them and see what more can we do to help them so they can be safely at home.
I just wanted to ask before we let you go, if there, say there is a young girl or male out there that might be listening or watching that might have an interest in a career in nursing, what would your message be to them?
Oh, believe me, I would love for them to really consider it, because one of our cornerstone of nursing is caring, right? To take care, to nurture. And during your training, you will get all of that. And nursing, as they used to say, it's not just about washing the patient. It's more. It's a science. It makes you more engaged from prevention side, all the way till geriatrics, the old age when you're getting them ready to pass on to the next life, right? So depending what you like in life, I always ask our students, what do you like? Do you prefer talking to people? Do you prefer talking to computers? To kind of get them a sense to where they want to head to. Because nursing is so unique. It has almost 200 specializations. So totally depending on what your needs, what you like, right? We can find something for you to do, whether you like little kids, babies, whether you like older people, whether you like sports medicine, whether you like, as I said, perhaps working with the old and the frail people. Those are all options. But keep in mind, we need grades and we need to graduate, right? Want to make sure that when we apply to university, that's what we're going to do. Stick forward, set your goals for 4-year BSN course, and you can do it. Always tell yourself, if someone else could have done it, doesn't matter what circumstances was around that person, that you can do it as well.
Right. So why did you decide that you want to be a nurse?
I grew up in South Africa, and for me during that time, there wasn't a lot of options. We just came out of the apartheid era, and there were certain options that they really needed help in, for instance, teaching and nursing, and we had great scholarships. So initially you started off with, okay, I'll try that, but I can tell you right now, after 30 years, I love it. This is my life. I've done it longer than being married or having my kids, because it's the joy that you see when you could help one person, right? Even if it's a 5-year-old diabetic student at school, at the end of that school year, he come to you so proudly and he can show you what you have taught him and how he knows how to better manage his disease. Is seeing that a young girl will tell you, no, miss, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to finish school first. I'm not going to get pregnant. I'm going to do this. This is my goal. This is my direction in life. Thomas, I don't want that sugary drink no more. I turn the bottle around. Oh my gosh, it has so many sugars. It's those little things, those little influences that we can make as school nurses. Keep in mind, we have 28,000 students and 4,000 employees. So we have a magnitude of people that we can deliver health information to, the preventative side. And preventative is cheaper than cure. Of course, it's a fine balance, right? But prevention has always been cheaper than curing the disease at the end.
And you guys are in a good place, Juliet, as you have the young minds like you just described, those instances where the kids are looking at that label and finding out, oh my God, there's 28 grams of sugar in this thing. Is that what keeps you going? Because in being a nurse on this island, being a medical professional, a doctor on this island, we're underserved, right? This is an underserved area. So do those little victories keep you going? And do you ever have those moments where, and because I've talked to other nurses and doctors who do have those moments where they're like, God, we're in over our heads. It's tough.
It feels like that occasionally, right? But it doesn't last long. Because tomorrow is a new day. I believe what Nelson Mandela said. I always say it's my tata. You either win or you learn. There's no losers in this game. You win or you learn. So if it didn't go according to you, let's go back to the drawing board, right? And see what do we need to change to make that difference. As I said, in the school setting, it might sound like individual cases, but no, we're looking collectively at 28,000 kids. For instance, the 2014 BMI data, right? It was just out of whack. We were so high. If I proudly look at it right now, 18 schools are under the national average. So there are little things, there are improvements, what we are doing that the people outside of the school setting not aware of, right? Last year, we won the National School Nurse Data Collection, because we've shown the National School Nurse Association, what does Guam do when we collect data? For instance, the BMI data, we use that, free and reduced meals, right? That we've got. We work with public health. We've got funding to buy more scales to keep on weighing our kids. We got funding from for vision screening. Of course, not all parents can afford to just go and get their kids' glasses and eyes tested. We're working with nonprofits to get those kind of stuff going, right? And there's so much more. And I know our time won't include me to keep going on and on.
I know Bree just gave me the don't ask her any more questions look.
No, I gave you the wow, she's a rock star
Yeah,
look.
you're rocking it.
There's so much more that we do as school nurses that I feel our community is not aware of. So it is important that they know that your school nurse is an anchor. Because if, for whatever reason, if the school nurse is not present in that school, that principal will immediately say, oh, right, everything comes to me. Everyone feels confident and comfortable when the school nurse is present, because we don't just take care of the chronic conditions. We have to take care immediately if there's any first aid and CPR. And don't for a minute think we don't do CPR in school. Yes, we do. So we have to be ready and prepared. Someone mentioned to me that a school nurse is almost like an ER nurse, because for one moment I could, for instance, say, hey, let's do your height and weight. And all of a sudden, someone come in there with a gushing wound. So you have to prioritize so quick and making sure that little one is taken care of, whether it's a 911 call. In the meantime, like in the clinic or at the hospital, right? You have a team of healthcare professionals there. You have a team of nurses there. In the school setting, you only have that RN at that school. And she has to do whatever she needs to do to make sure, we don't lose a life, God forbid, and she has to make sure everything works out the way it should until we wait for the ambulance or until we wait for that parent to come and pick up that kid.
All right.
Well,
Thanks, Juliet.
Yeah, thanks. Right on. Thanks, Auntie Juliet.
For having me, and thank you for always bringing us the latest and updated news to the island of Guam. Totally appreciate it as well.
Thank you so much. Be safe and wash your hands and keep up the great work.
Yeah.
Definitely. You guys too. Keep safe out there.
All right.
Thank you, Auntie Julieta. Okay, Esta. All right. Hey, we're going to sanitize the KUM News Zoom room.
All right. That was, that was Network of Nurses. It's our partnership with the Guam Nurses Association, which was incorporated in 1951 and has been a constituent member of the American Nurses Association since 1968. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Suzanne Lobaton. She's the vice president of the GNA, who has been working with us to make sure that our nurses on Guam get the love that they deserve. So
Amen.
Thank you, GNA.
Right, and just full disclosure, Julieta is my auntie. She's married to my mom's first cousin, Uncle Tony. 7:53, we'll take a short break, come back with candidates, former delegate Robert Underwood and Will Castro. We'll talk about a bunch of stuff next on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
GU Self-Storage.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
All right, 7:56. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9, where Jason Solis sanitizes our KUAM News Zoom room in between guests. You know, we just had the head nurse at GDOE in there, so I think it's pretty sanitary. She's, you know. But we'll bring on our next couple of guests here. Congressional candidates on the Republican side, we have contender Will Castro. And on the Democrat side, we have former delegate Robert Underwood. Full disclosure, we did put out the ask to our current Congressman delegate, Mike St. Nicholas, and it didn't get a response. So here we are. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Will.
Hey, half a day. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Half a day.
How are we doing this morning?
We're doing pretty good. We're anticipating some. I guess we're anticipating
Something. An announcement. Maybe you guys have heard. Have you guys heard anything like an announcement coming down today about businesses reopening?
Lockdown extension, anything? What can you tell
Stay
us?
home order.
No, we were hoping that you would tell us.
Oh, great. Oh, oops. All right.
I think Mayor Savaris kind of told.
Is it oddly here to get the word from you?
Oh, you thought this is a briefing.
They're the link. They're the link to Adam.
Right on. Yeah, I don't know about all that. We'll just get it started real quick. And I know that you'd come out with a release about it, Congressman. China, right? So I gotta, and with the Guam killer, with North Korea, I mean, I don't want to get used to this. What is it they call it? Saber rattling, I guess. But it hits close to home when you got your 9-year-old sending you a text 9:30 at night. Dad, is China gonna bomb us? I mean, that's about as real as it gets, and that's a tough conversation to have with your kid, and it puts it in perspective, I think. So, and that being said, we'll just go right to you, Congressman Underwood. Your thoughts, reaction, what can you tell us about this China simulated video of them launching a missile in Anderson?
The China simulated video was obviously designed to kind of flex their muscles a little bit. But more significant, I think, was the comments made by Admiral Davidson of the Indo-Pacific Command, who has been stating and has over time and most recently that there's a ballistic missile gap out here and that Guam is vulnerable to missile attacks from China. And so that really, to me, points out the necessity of being engaged with the military directly and consistently. And I think the delegate's office can do that most effectively and most efficiently through the Armed Services Committee. So yes, the video was striking, and I don't think that we're under danger of imminent attack, but it is an imminent concern. And that concern should be reflected and our federal representatives should be informing us about this concern. And the best way to do that, and I think the best way to understand that, is from inside Armed Services Committee, because in that committee, you'll get the briefings. You'll have the opportunities to interact. You will be talking to the military command and all of the various military officials and all the branches of the military in a way where they understand that you have a direct input on the quality and the appropriations and the authorization of the services that they provide the country. So I think that's really, really important. And that's what I took the time to say. We weren't informed about this directly by our federal representative. The anticipated defense system, the Aegis system, the shore-based Aegis system was put in the Senate bill and not in the House bill. All of these things are indicators that we need to have a seat at the table. And as I've said, I think in the past, we should be ahead of the curve rather than behind it.
All right. Senator Will, we'll take it over to you. And just to kind of unpack what Underwood had just said, we're going to go. Okay, stand by, guys. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. Hi. Bye. Jump over to our KUAM News Facebook Live feed and also on the Breeze 93.9. We're streaming KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Senator Will, I believe that our federal representative, sitting delegate, Congressman Mike Nicholas, he didn't do like a live thing, but there might have been a Facebook post.
Today?
No, I don't know. It was like a couple days ago, or it was a Facebook post, for crying out loud. But anyway, so go ahead, Senator Will, your take on this China thing and any response to that you want to throw in.
Well, full admission, I'm not tracking the congressman's Facebook page, but I couldn't agree more with the former congressman on 2 points. One, the need to be at the table of the Armed Services Committee, and of course to communicate. I think where we may see some distinction, and maybe not, maybe just to touch on it. It's my position that it underscores Guam's vulnerability. I think our homeland security posture needed to be addressed as far back as when North Korea was attempting to do the same things. And this is not restricted. In my press release, I said we need to look at homeland security from a much more comprehensive perspective in terms of natural disasters and in terms of any threats. I can appreciate the Department of Defense coming forward and issuing a statement relative to the need for an improved missile system. But the RAND corporations put out a document some time ago about China 2050. I'm sure they put out other assessments in terms of the vulnerability and the potential attacks by state-sponsoring organizations of terrorist entities. But I guess my point would be, if I was elected delegate, I'd do what the former congressman was advocating. I'd try to push for armed services inclusion. But the first thing I would do, Chris, is pick up the phone and call the governor of Guam. I sent a note to the speaker and I asked her if the incumbent had reached out to her. I even asked someone else in the administration and my oversight chairman. And it's clear that for me, while this is a federal issue relative to military affairs, in my opinion, we're the representative for the territory. And so it should start with us, the people of Guam. Pick up the phone, communicate, find out what's happening at Homeland Security. Is there anything that we need to bring up at the national level? That's what I would do. And I also would do the same thing that the congressman was recommending. Prioritize getting a seat at the table with armed services. I think there's special access that can be granted in the House. But I also believe in getting outside of the office and knocking on some doors and advocating for inclusion in the discussion outside of the House. And so I appreciate the comment by the congressman. Thank you, Delegate Underwood, for that as well. Thank you, Chris.
You know, that you were talking about Indo-PACOM, that they actually had that roundtable meeting prior to the video that was released by China. And also Valiant Shield is going on. Mm-hmm. So is it really just that they're flexing, I guess, their muscles? Because, you know, people here are concerned. Like Chris said, my son definitely, that was the first thing he asked me when I walked into the door, are we going to die? You know, and I'm just freaked out. Like, what are you talking about? And it was about the Chinese video. And so how concerned do you feel we should be about this?
Well, we should be. We should be concerned. It's not an imminent threat, but it is an imminent concern. And I think the point is that It is policymakers, and especially our federal representative, as the senator has pointed out, that is the primary responsible person for being the intermediary on all of these things. And we're not ahead of the curve. We're behind the curve currently, simply because there's not a lot of engagement. There's not direct engagement. They're not picking up the phone. There's no information being put out in the public by the federal representative, Delegate San Nicolas. He has failed to keep us informed. And even if, and of course, the best way to get the information is inside the Armed Services Committee. Yeah. So young people, of course, are shaken up by this video. And and you know, there's a lot of things that are interplayed. The balance shield, there was a major Air Force, Chinese Air Force exercise to assert their authority over the Taiwan Straits. So the specter of that whole thing was designed to create the sense that China is here. And indeed they are. But more importantly, I think the comments of the military and Admiral Davidson. And when you add that all up, it's not just the shore-based Aegis capacity. It's a kind of a full-on network of relationships, security relationships. So as the senators pointed out, some of that will be based out of Homeland Security. There will also be other concerns about how this affects the threat from North Korea is very different, and that was why we had the missile batteries here. Right. The threat from China is more immediate, and you know, I always not to heighten it, but just to point out that they have a missile D-46, which is land-based in China, which is called the Guam Killer. Right. And you know that it points out exactly not only the threat, but how important Guam is to the U.S. We need to use that importance in every dimension of our federal representation. So it's not just working with the military, it's working to make sure that the military buildup is a local buildup. It's using our importance in every issue, from compact negotiations to funding for EITC, Medicaid. Those are the full things. That's why I think we've always been interested in telling the Guam story. And part of that Guam story is Guam's importance. It's not my story that's most important. And I think the senator will agree. It's not Will's story that's most important.
Yeah. So let me ask, right, because we're talking about, other than the Facebook post from the congressman, we didn't really hear much. But
we have a press release. I think this was sent. I think it was sent to Nestor, but this was from the congressman. This was Tuesday. Underwood concerns over missile defense, outdated and ill-informed China video, a show of weakness. Recent news stories have indicated that there is a lack of awareness, attention, and commitment to missile defense on Guam, and that is factually incorrect. The Missile Defense Agency has already initiated funded architecture studies for missile defense on Guam, and have even already named the project the Homeland Defense System Guam, with United States Indo-PACOM renaming the same project the Aegis Ashore Guam, explains Congressman San Nicolas. The timelines of the missile defense project are such that the next phase of project funding at $78 million is better suited for the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, as phase 1, which has already been funded and is ongoing, will be completed in time for the next phase to be funded, and So yeah, and it goes on.
Sorry, Congressman Underwood. We're going to go to
the
Will.
Senator will allow me. I know it's the senator's turn, but if the senator would allow me, how much better it would have been had the delegate been telling us that all along. He had to wait until someone prodded him, and so now, and then of course his assessment of the video as indicating that China is weak is exactly opposite of what the warnings that have been given to us by the Indo-Pacific.
Okay, Senator Will.
Thank you. First of all, let me just start with when the congressman said, young people. I was waiting for it. I thought there was going to be a punchline, and so I just couldn't help but giggle. But on a more serious note, this both what was mentioned by Delegate St. Nicholas in his response to the former congressman, Dr. Underwood, I couldn't help but underscore the fact that this is also a domestic issue. But I want to put a couple things out there for people to think about. Could this saber rattling be as a result of our change in domestic policy? Could the fact that our local leaders are challenging federal policy in one or more areas of our defense posture? Those are important questions. And so, yes, it could be saber rattling, but I think this is the opportunity. This is where, out of this potential crisis, we assert ourselves as a territory, and in my position, I can't speak for the other candidates, that we advocate for high tech and not big guns. I know that there's a big part of the defense strategy for forward deployment of troops. I know my colleague here, a mentor of mine, if you will, he also advocates for the incorporation of high technology into the civilian workforce community. I've been talking about the need to improve and modernize homeland security by way of cybersecurity. It's a part of the defense strategy in the RAND Corporation's publication in terms of intelligence information, in terms of being able to deter and thwart the attack of missiles, as one example. But let me get back to one more question I think that the listenership might be interested in. If I was in Congress, my concern wouldn't be in so much as, will you defend the continental United States? I understand you have those interceptors, but what about that Guam killer? What about the Guam killer? What about us? What about the people? Do you have something to prevent the Guam killer from landing? Is it feasible? Because if you don't, that's where we weigh in. That's the difference between being a congressman for Guam and being a part of the Congress talking to Guam. And so I want to carry that voice. And thank you for the opportunity to interject on Congressman Underwood's previous comments.
Could we or should we expect the local military partners to come out and say something? Should we have to go all the way to Indo-PACOM to find out what they're thinking about this China video?
Well, I think we probably should, and I think Admiral Manoni and I had a conversation over the weekend as well, and he's in regular communication with the governor. I would venture to say that he is more communicative on this issue than Delegate St. Nicholas, which is the irony of this whole relationship. You see. And so, of course, he's the representative of the Indo-PACOM command here in Guam, Joint Command Marianas. But all the issues that are being brought up is and I think Senator Castro and I are pretty much on the same page, is that every dimension of the military relationship not only is just strictly speaking military, it brings up the opportunity to raise other things. Even if they upgrade their cyber security and their cyber presence here, this means the presence of supercomputers. This means the opportunity for civilian and researchers to perhaps take advantage of these things. So the whole panoply of resources that will be directed here and have been directed here are also should be made available for us to utilize, not only for our economic growth, but for our to utilize our local talent. So I
agree.
It's like understanding that it's more than just being protected from China, and it's more than just having the assets here. It's like, how do you really take advantage of that?
Can we switch topics now? Can we switch?
Yeah, Senator Will, did you have something to add on there? Let's just give Will his last shot here.
Well, thank you. I want to build upon that. I think both the former delegate and I have talked about strong strategic partnerships. And here's another footnote for us. I've had conversations over the course of 5-6 years with colleagues in the CNMI legislature. And I'm sure we all know that the furthest tip of the archipelago is a tremendous opportunity for an advanced intelligence system in partnership with them. Sharing information between the jurisdictions, I think, is a strategic advantage we can have as a One Marianas. And that would be my point. My point is we can't look at this strictly from an NDAA Department of Defense situation. I think it has to be a holistic whole of government approach and an active voice in Congress to pick up the phone and call the governor and find out what our needs are. And frankly, I'm sure the congressman here can can relate maybe his wisdom. He can reflect his wisdom. But I would be here every opportunity I could, especially in times of recess. How else would you know what my priorities are? But yes, I'm open to another topic, Sabina. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
careful
you,
what you wish for, because I don't know what direction Sabrina's going.
No, you the word priority, and there's so many issues here on Guam, but I want to know what is going to be your number one priority aside from all the other priorities. But what is number one for you? Let's start with Will.
Okay, sure. If given the privilege to serve in the United States House of Representatives, my priority is addressing repressive policy that prevents us from growing, from prospering. I mentioned this in terms of the Commerce Clause, trade, tariffs, and this might be another one. Could we enter into a bilateral agreement with another American jurisdiction? So the priority is to look at federal policy that would keep us from lifting ourselves up. But if you want to be specific, someone's asked me this question. What specific topic would you push on? Number one for me, Paraguahu, is Veterans Affairs. For far too long, I think we've had tremendous segue. It would be Veterans Affairs, right up there with readdressing the war claim situation. And thank you to the former congressman for your foundational work there. And there's a lot more to do. I don't think it's going to end with any one person just yet. And I want to continue to fight for speaking for our veterans, both in Guam and throughout the Marianas, and Guamanians who are throughout CONUS, who claim Guam as their resident state. That would be my policy-specific priority. But in terms of overall policy perspective and framework, anything that stops us from growing and being self-sustainable is going to be our priority.
Robert?
Okay, well, our number one priority, of course, is a recovery package for pandemic relief that is Guam-centric. I think that package will come up in the next Congress. There will be a third package. I don't know what the second package looks like right now. We're not really sure, but that first package is already going to run out. There might be a little bit of a second package, and there'll be a third package. Once we get that Guam-centric package, the main priority is to get people back to work. It's to get people jobs, to figure out how we can utilize the military buildup to create more jobs for more local companies, for more local workers, and also to revive the tourism industry by working with the Northern Marianas, creating a single immigration district, and then start working on that diversified economy, jobs, getting people back to work. That should be our number one priority.
I want to ask about campaigning during this pandemic. It's definitely presented some very real challenges. I mean, I'm thinking everything from raising money to something that you might have taken for granted in previous elections, shaking someone's hand and asking for their vote. What are some of the biggest ways and challenges that you've faced in campaigning during this pandemic, Senator Will? I mean, other than they killed the primary and now you're in a three-man race and the general winner take all. I mean, that's kind of major.
Well, you're right, and that's just too bad. But retail politics has been compromised, as my record will reflect, over the years since the time of Angel Sanchez, and frankly, even with the former delegate during the Buenas Noches. Retail politics, hand-to-hand combat, convincing people of who you are inside as well as what they see, is missing. And that's such an important dimension, in my opinion, of electioneering. And so what did we do to adapt to that? Well, obviously, we did two things. We did what I see my colleague is doing here. We're online all the time. And notwithstanding our COVID hairdo, you look great, Congressman. And so I have to put mine together with some gel. I'm not going to pull up Pelosi, forgive the But I that's what we do. We go online and then we try to raise more money. You hit it on the head, Chris, and it's never really been a strength of mine. Low, I have to, and so we're getting circulating right online, and so. But we'll continue to do what we do, and I look forward to a healthy election coming out, and everybody be safe, mask up, and let's not give anyone an opportunity to take away at least our fundamental right to vote in the general election.
Well, of course, and I'm glad that Will mentioned that two of his mentors are both Democrats. Angel Santos and Robert Underwood. So
I'm sorry, any thoughts?
Yeah, everybody wanted you to mentor them. I think even
now he's trying to recover.
right.
My former mentors.
I mean, Robert, you should just run on Michael St. Nicholas wanted me to mentor him. Will Castro says I'm a mentor.
So, but when you enter a campaign, they always tell you press the flesh. Well, we can't press the flesh. So, in a sense, both Senator Castro and I are doing what we can. We're doing it from home. Basically, I've moved my headquarters here in a makeshift studio here at home, and we reach out to people. I do Zoom meetings. I do the Zoom meetings. I do the live streams. We're online almost all the time, and so we're announcing our platform. We announced a robust economic platform last week. We're announcing our education and healthcare platform soon, because we want people to know exactly what I plan to do. If you go into Congress without a legislative plan, then Congress determines what you're going to do. But you need a plan going forward. And that plan has to be based on consensus building. It has to be based on communication with people. It has to be based on synthesizing good ideas. And we've been working hard at that, even in this environment. Fortunately, I think we figured out how to maintain communication and how we are physically here in Guam. Being physically here in Guam makes a big difference in your worldview. And I know that, I know the senator shares that sentiment. And we're recovering to the challenges of this campaign in the same way that KUM is recovering to the challenges of the pandemic as well. So we're utilizing every tool that's available to us. And I hope the senator also agrees with this. We want more forums. We want more opportunities to express ourselves so that people can compare and contrast and kind of understand what the candidates have to offer.
I couldn't agree with you more, Congressman. I think healthy discussion is important in distinguishing ourselves and our platforms. And I wouldn't take an opportunity to do that here out of respect for my colleague, but any other opportunity to have a healthy discussion and debate on how we differ. I agree we need a plan going into Congress. How we articulate it is different. I agree we need a relief package. In your next invite, when you get me and the congressman here after November 3rd, assuming none of us prevails and it's a runoff between the two of us, let's articulate what that looks like, right? In terms of states' rights and less central money to the central government. But notwithstanding that, I agree with you, Congressman. And yes, I learned a lot from Eddie Blas too. And one of those things is their states' rights. Less federal relief for the central government and put it in the hands of these business owners and the people of Guam. I agree with you there. Thank you.
Let me just ask, in the event that, if you win, Will, or Robert, do you win, how would you describe what your relationship with the island's media will be? Because I think it's just kind of glaring that we continuously reach out to our congressman to join in this simple. I mean, what's the big deal? Why won't he come on a Zoom with the two candidates? And anyways, I just don't want to have to go through in the event that whoever wins. We just want that accessibility because I think the people of Guam deserve it. So would you guys pledge that you're going to have an open and transparent and accessible relationship with the media?
I think that's a resounding yes. Chris, when invited, I will come. Even here as a senator, I was on the side of the road. There's nothing to stop you or anybody from pulling up and talking to me. I certainly got to work at it in terms of being a pro. The former congressman here is very good. He's very suave on mainstream media, and I appreciate it. I'm learning a lot, but I'm wide open, of course. The short answer is absolutely. I think that's actually your professional responsibility is to communicate to the people of Guam in whatever capacity, as a director, as a senior advisor, as a governor, as a speaker, as a senator, most especially as a chief advocate. That's my interpretation of the role of delegate, is chief advocate for the territory, not the Democrat Party advocate or the Republican Party advocate, but the chief advocate. You got one advocate, you got one shot. And of course, the short answer is yes. And Facebook is not my preferred method of communication. I'd be happy to communicate in studio. Even this, I have a hard time. Thankfully, I could see you. But speaking to this little green thing here is a little troublesome for me. But yes, yes. The short answer is yes. Thank you for the question.
Robert?
Yeah. Guam has one voice in Washington, D.C. So that voice must be based on collaboration. And in keeping with that voice has certain responsibilities. And those responsibilities have not been fulfilled. And those are regular communication. When I was a delegate in the past, over the course of 10 years, I had 77 village meetings. 70, that comes out to 7 a year, which meant that I had to be here at least 7 times a year. And so that's the point. The point is that's a responsibility. I think Senator put it succinctly. It's a professional responsibility. You're supposed to talk to the media because the media has a larger megaphone. But more importantly, you're supposed to be able to demonstrate how you interact, how you respond to questions. Because if you can't survive Sabrina and Chris, how the heck are you going to survive in Congress? How are you going,
we're not that bad.
going to survive in a committee meeting? If you can't deal with Sabrina and Chris, how the heck are you going to be able to deal with those really strong, refined, contravening voices that you're going to confront in Washington, D.C., whether it's in Congress or a federal agency?
I'll add to that, Dr. Underwood. I'll tell you what, the media, admittedly, the media's role has lessened throughout the years, right, as social media has kind of proliferated. But I think the congressman can agree that when you go out into the villages, like he's done, like I've done, that's where you get the heartbeat of the people, because you're going to get people that are going to tell you you're full of it to your face for different reasons. And the idea would be to come to be a discerning ear and understand why it is they feel that way. And if you can address it without compromise, then good, at least your principles. So I agree with you.
All right. Yeah. I'm just wondering, when are we ever going to vote for president? I mean, is that just never? It's just kind of like so frustrating when you go and vote and there's the straw poll and it's like, oh, this is just for funsies. It really does suck.
Yes.
And I could live in the States and I can vote if I live there, but when I move here, I can't.
Yeah. Well, the straw poll that's a real indicator of our weakness when it comes to national politics. So I don't know why it continues to be there, but. There's two strategies to that. Of course, you can do a constitutional amendment to allow the territories to vote. And the other, probably more likely scenario is to simply do away with the Electoral College, which there's a lot of national movement to it. If you do away with the Electoral College, there's no reason why every U.S. citizen can't vote, because your vote is not then tied to an electoral vote. So, and I think that in both instances, for the time that I was a delegate before, I maintained contact with a lot of people who continue to move towards removing the Electoral College. So it's an indicator. And the reason why this is a powerful indicator of our status. So it's the easiest way to explain it to people is that if a person from Guam wants to vote for their congressman from Guam, they can't vote for the president. Imagine that. How many Americans are forced to making a choice between voting for their congressman or voting for the president? That's an indicator of the situation that we can find.
I want to close here before. Oh, go ahead, Will. I'm sorry.
I agree. I think this is a complex question. For me, I even went on the record as a senator on the floor to advocate for Guam residents, for Guamanians who are U.S. citizens, to have that ability to vote for president of the United States. But this is bigger than me, and it's bigger than anyone here in this forum. Collectively, perhaps we can make a decision for the territory. This is an issue of political status. And far be it for me to advocate for statehood, which is my personal position, but we have to address it first from a Chamorro political self-determination perspective. That's also where I differ with the incumbent. I am a firm believer in Chamorro political self-determination.
Before we let you guys go, we wanted to kind of get your comments on a story we got yesterday. The Federal Election Commission inquiring about our current delegates' return campaign donation. I don't know if you guys had seen this. I'm pretty sure you did. The FEC writing a letter to sitting Congressman Michael St. Nicholas September 13th. The letter said if he doesn't adequately respond to the concerns raised, his campaign could face audit or enforcement action. This goes back to something we reported on. Former St. Nicholas Chief of Staff John Paul Manuel alleged that the congressman received an over-the-limit $10,000 donation from local businessman Andy Park. And St. Nicholas didn't respond to the allegation. His campaign finance files show he returned $9,000 to Park in February. And according to this letter, St. Nicholas never disclosed that donation to federal election officials in his campaign filings. It appears that this contribution was not previously reported by your committee. Please amend the appropriate reports to disclose the original contribution or provide clarifying information. The individual limit for donors is $2,800 per election. St. Nicholas did not return a comment to KUAM.
Here's the issue on that, is that both Will and I fill out the Federal Election Commission requirements. And, so our reports are online. And Delegate St. Nicholas is already under investigation for irregularities in the Federal Election Commission previous reports. And it's just kind of mind-boggling to me that he would again be admonished in the middle of the investigation that is ongoing. If you go to the FEC reporting, you'll see that he's amending his reports all the time. And so, at the end of the day, this is a matter of trust. This is really a matter of trust. When you are able to follow the rules, and sometimes you make mistakes and obviously you get corrected. But when you've had so many mistakes that you're under investigation, and then yet you make another apparent mistake, and again, it's drawn attention to by the Federal Election Commission. This is a very serious matter, and it's a matter about whether we're going to have a trustworthy voice, because the people of Guam have to understand that any irregularity is not just personal to the incumbent delegate. It reflects on all of us, because as Senator Castro and I have pointed out, you only have one voice in Guam, in Washington, D.C. from Guam. You really only have one voice.
Well,
and you want to make sure that that's a trustworthy voice.
On a light note, if any one of you should donate even $5,000 between the two elections, I promise you I'll send you a mug. I'll order it from wherever I got it. So I know that you sent me. And again, I'll capitalize on the lighter note. We have a $5 online campaign to buy us a yard sign. And so please help me out. But on a serious note, para Guaho, ay giniguaho para hago delegado sa Nicholas. Balik niya na tuna na si Latsi, ilatsi niya na tawtog yung opisina mo. Por favor, please, to the delegate, I'm appealing to you. I think it's important that you respond, not just to the FEC, but to the people of Guam. If you really feel in your heart and in your operational line of work that you are not to blame, $10,000 is a lot of money to overlook. And I pray and I hope that this, in fact, is an accounting blemish somewhere along the line and you have a corrective action. But you're right, Mr. Congressman Underwood, Dr. Underwood. First time, maybe. Second time, wow. Third time, I couldn't be more. You couldn't be more poignant.
How about the fourth time?
My people. Fourth time comes on November 3rd. My people and my organization are volunteers. Okay, we sweat when we don't deposit a single check within a 10-day window. I didn't even know. Okay, is it 10 days from when you signed it, or when it came in the mail, or when I deposited? We sweat over little things like that. And so I can't speak to what happens in Washington and with that volunteer team, but I can tell you about the integrity and the attention to detail of volunteers like Cat Blas. And I thank you, Jay Arreola, former Attorney Jay Arreola, who was a former treasurer to Delegate Berdalio. I had a conversation with him. And I can't believe the degree of detail needed to satisfy federal reporting requirements, Dr. Underwood. I think you can attest to that. But we're willing to put in the time and effort. And when we win, should we have the privilege, should we have the privilege, we'll hire a professional to do this. I don't want to go through this again. I don't want to have to send out 100 of these. Thankfully, I haven't sent out one. Congressman, if you could be so kind, $5,000.
Yeah. I just also want to just point out to people that Chris is just referencing one letter.
Right. Yeah.
There's actually 2 other letters.
That were written in the last month.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's all dated September 13th. So, I mean, people can read it for themselves if you do go to the Federal Election Commission website.
Well.
Yeah. Okay, we're done. Pretty much. I
Yeah.
don't know what else we can say. Go to the website. It's an easy Google. Michael St. Nicholas FEC or Robert Underwood FEC or William. Is it William Castro? Mendiola Castro?
It is.
Okay, right. So you guys can go and find out who's giving the. Thank you, Underwood.
you.
Thank you, Castro.
Thank you.
That's okay.
And if
8:35.
anybody knows or is in contact with Congressman St. Nicholas, please let him know that he is invited to come on this show. We would love to hear from him. So spread the word.
I would just love it. I would so love it. It would make my COVID.
No, don't say that.
I mean, no, I'm just saying that it would. I mean, come on, let's do this. It's 8:35. We're going to stay in the KUAM News Zoom room where we have sanitized everything, just so our guests know. And we have, quite a few people. We've got a little bit of the action pack. We've got some small business owners. We got Gina Campos, who just dropped a crazy Facebook post. I don't mean crazy like crazy. I just mean it was like, it was a big drop. And so we'll go ahead and we got Laura Dakanai of the Action Pack. We have Albert Mansala of Chronics Hobbies. We have Johnny Titano of Java Junction, which is closed, and Hank Rice. Hank, I want to say the I Love Guam group. No? Yeah. Let's get him on. Everyone unmute. Let's go. Unmute on 1, 2, 3.
Hank Rice, the entertainer.
Hank Rice is the entertainer. Yes, he's a magician. I know. He wears a lot of hats. I'm surprised he doesn't have 5 heads. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi, Laura. Albert, can you unmute yourself?
Albert, unmute yourself.
Good morning, Mr. Titano.
Good morning, Mr. Burnett.
There we are.
There you go.
Hi, Bert. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hank, good morning, Hank.
Good morning. Good morning. Half a day.
All right, so we have everybody.
Drive safe, Hank.
I guess we'll just start. And Laura, we'll start with you. I know you're with the Action Pack, and you brought a bunch of your business friends here, and we kind of threw in Gina, too, as like minds. But we had heard from Deputy Mayor Melissa Savares, and she's also the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, that we're anticipating an announcement today that more businesses will be allowed to open. We're just not clear on which businesses and how they'll be able to operate, but I kind of think you might know some things. So what have you heard?
I haven't actually heard what's going on in the opening. I'm more focused on getting voters registered so that we can support some candidates and make some changes in our government. That's what I'm looking at. So I haven't heard that. So you can enlighten us.
Yeah, we're all waiting for the governor to hold a press conference. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. So I guess we're all just gonna have to wait. So let's just talk about. You guys did this survey. If you could just kind of break down how many people actually participated, the senatorial candidates, because you came out with the list of candidates that you guys have endorsed. But if you could just break down how many actually participated in the survey.
We received, out of the 30 candidates, we received a 50% response. So that's 15 candidates.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us who the
27% were Democrats, 73% were Republicans, 27% were incumbents, and 73% were newcomers.
I see.
And we only need 15.
We only need 15. Yeah.
Who were the 15 that did not respond?
Oh gosh. Now I got to go find my other list.
Or maybe 15 that did, Laura.
Yeah, well, the 12 that met and aligned with the criteria that the action pack had were of the 12, we have former Senator Tony Atta, we have John Ananik, which is a newcomer, Michelle Armenta, a newcomer, former Senator Frank Blas, Vincent Borja, which is a newcomer, former Chief of Police Joseph Cruz, a newcomer, former Senator Chris Duenas, which is going to be a new candidate, Ken Leon Guerrero, a new candidate, and the incumbents were Senator James Moylan, Senator Tello Taitigui, Senator Therese Terlahi, and Senator Mary Torres.
Mm-hmm. And can you take us through the questionnaire that was asked? Is it basically the 5 points of the
questionnaire
5 key
was
issues?
The questionnaire was based on the 5 key issues of the pack, and it basically asked the candidates whether they aligned. There was a position statement, and whether they agreed with it or disagreed with it, or whether they supported it or did not.
Mm-hmm. So
PDN actually published the questionnaire for the incumbents,
mm-hmm.
the article for the action pack.
And you said the incumbents, were they given different sets for newcomers?
The newcomers, because the incumbents were specifically asked on how they voted on certain issues, because they're incumbents, and there was certain legislation that was passed over the last couple of years. And so incumbents were asked how they voted on these issues. Obviously we couldn't ask the newcomers how they voted on it because they weren't senators. But we asked the newcomers how they felt on certain issues and if they agreed or disagreed.
Mm-hmm.
So as a question for the incumbents, Public Law 1-35, originally Bill 4-35, corrected language to increase the property taxes on those improvements valued at $1 million or more. The increased property tax hurt our economy through higher rental amounts for renters. How did you vote on Bill 4-35? And yes or no. I mean, there's no other way to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Some senators,
straightforward.
Some senators did add comments to it to explain why they did not. And so those were also taken into consideration. We will be putting these questionnaires online, the answers to the candidates. That's something that we're working towards, just so that you know. We've got the candidates posted. We are working to put a link from the candidate to their webpage, so that people can go and look to see what else these candidates stand for besides the 5 initiatives that we asked about, as well as their responses to our questionnaire. So that will be put out. We want to be as transparent as possible.
Right.
We're just working through all the mechanics of getting all of this done. So it'll be out there very soon.
Mm-hmm. What provoked, I guess, the formation of the action pack? Is it because of this dissatisfaction of our elected leaders? Can someone answer that? And if you were dissatisfied, what specifically?
I can answer for how the action pack was formed. Between the 7 organizations, there has been a lot of collaboration and discussion over the past several months. And it's actually, since I was on the chamber as a chairwoman many years ago, there's been discussion back and forth between the different groups about legislation, trying to work through the legislative process. And I think it's come to a point now at this time this year that all of the organizations have decided to band together because there's just so much going on, and we just need to do something because everything that we've been asking has been falling on deaf ears.
Mm-hmm. I guess, John, is that the case for you? That everything that you guys have been asking for has fallen on deaf ears? I mean, are you...
Okay, is that a question for me?
Yes, yeah, John. We'll start with John.
Absolutely. The Action Pack group focuses directly on maintaining businesses, if you will. I mean, if you've read what they've got posted online, it clearly shows that the Action Pack is there to assist and to make people understand what business is all about, what we contribute to the economy, and how we can enhance the economy, if you will. And this is something that I really take good vibes with this particular group. I mean, just knowing who they are, where they came from, and what they've done. They've been tremendous contributors to our island and our economy. And for that, I'm grateful, because I've been a businessman for many, many years. I worked with a giant corporation, and I know what it's like, to take care of your people. Unfortunately, that's not happening on this island. These leaders that we have in place, and I'm sorry, okay? I'm telling you what has happened to my heart. What they've done is they've taken advantage of a position that enhances themselves. We've been in this situation now for almost 7, 8, 9 months. I mean, if you really look at it, right, this all started with the raising of the BPPT. Chamber did everything they could to try and delay it. Just delay it a little bit, so that we'll be able to grab hold of exactly the direct effect of this additional tax that would come on us. I mean, we at Java Junction are not millionaires, okay? But we have made 1 million acquaintances. It's unbelievable, the amount of love that's on this island for private business. And with that, we're grateful. We're extremely grateful. I retired in 2001. And it's been a long time just sitting around. And then Java Junction became an option for us. And at about 2007, they had been in business at the Agani Shopping Center since 2003, I believe. And they've established themselves as a good operations. When we took over, we learned from them, how to service. We've got a bunch of baristas out there that came out of Java Junction. We've got a bunch of chefs out there that started out in our pastry business. We've got a bunch of people that we've groomed to become better for our island. And we did it as a little tomorrow operation. And when the time came for this little tomorrow operation, I mean, don't get me wrong, okay? We weren't the ones that say, okay, we're going to close. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. No, we were mandated by an executive order to close our doors, to limit the amount of people that come in, and to put up all these barriers and stuff that added additional expense with no help at all from our government. This is not something we as entrepreneurs, as small businessmen, this is what we do. This is how we contribute to the economy. Unfortunately, they turned the tides on us. I mean, we were fortunate enough to have a tremendous landlord, J&G. They are great people. They did everything they possibly could to keep us going. And again, the government did have programs. GITA had a program, Labor had a program for our employees. But those are run out already. That never helped paying our power bill. It never helped maintaining our inventory. It never helped with all our other expenses to our vendors. So I really want to thank the PAC, because I think if it weren't for people like this that speak out for us, because we don't have a voice. I mean, we get visited every election. Hey man, can you contribute? Yeah, we'll contribute, But my God, help us.
Sorry, I don't know why that's. Thank you, John.
God bless the PAC. I joined yesterday. Yeah. I'm with it.
Some people even want their front scratched, right? Thank you, John. We're going to go to Hank. Hank, if you could just introduce yourself, tell us which business or businesses you represent, and how you would respond to Sabrina's question.
All right. Hey, good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Chris.
Morning,
everybody. Yes, Hank Rice, the magician, Hank Rice, the marketer. Right now, because of the COVID, I am out of business. I can't perform in front of an audience anywhere. And I mean, virtual magic shows are all around, but unfortunately, I'm not set up to be able to do that. And right now, to be honest, I've had to look for another career. So I'm in the process of getting my real estate license so that I can help to sell my house when I lose it because I can't afford to pay the mortgage. And that's not a joke.
Bert, stop laughing, Bert.
Hey, so I'll be hanging my license at the property shop, but I can't even get my license taken care of because the university won't let me take my tests, and the revenue tax is not open for me to apply for the licenses. There's just so much going on that it's there are too many challenges for us to try to make a living. I'm going to be like a lot of other people who are going to run out of funds from the government very soon. And what am I supposed to do? I mean, really, what am I supposed to do? I'm running out of options. So I'm sure there are other people out there who are worse off than me. Honestly, I'm sure there are people worse off than me. I mean, I could probably go out and do a magic show outside on the street, on the corner, and maybe in Aganya, and put out a hat and collect some money on the side. That might be enough to feed the family, but to pay the banks, hey, they'll defer my payment, and then when it comes time for a payment, they want the regular mortgage plus a half of the regular mortgage, and they're not giving me any breaks.
Right. Yeah.
What about you, Albert?
Bert?
Albert, tell us about your business and whether you're barely hanging on as well.
Well, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up,
Hello?
Bert?
Yeah, man. Well, the first lockdown, when we had that one whole month, I was sitting down. I mean, we weren't operating. I mean, we were like, okay, this is serious, but we weren't educated about the virus yet. So what we did, I was the guy that actually just said, hey, I'm going to help the frontliners by printing the ear savers. That's all I did, and all I did was strategize. I said, after this lockdown, how can we actually get back up on our feet? And I'm just blessed, and I am so happy that we have created an RC community on Guam, and these guys, they exist, and man, they're very strong. So what they do is they support their local mom and pop hobby shop. So after that lockdown, we these people are saving their money to go help me keep the hobby shop alive, because I was texting them. I said, hey, if you guys need parts, I got what you need. I bag it up. Let's go meet somewhere, because that's the only way I can survive, right? We found a way. So when the next lockdown comes out, man, that thing really hurt us, because we were afraid that we are going to get fined if we open our shop. So a lot of my customers were just like saying, hey man, I need parts, we're on lockdown and we need to do something. So that's when a lot of these guys forced me to say, hey, why don't you write to some of the leaders, like Senator Jim Moylan. I actually wrote to him, and he showed Governor Liu my letter, and he said, hey man, this is what needs to be done. We need to open up these small businesses. So, because we were just starting to recuperate like our rent money. I don't blame our landlord. They also have bills to pay. So we have to pay those. I mean, the utilities and all this stuff, right? I was just, like I said, I'm glad that they did it. But when it was extended, that thing really hurt. Because now we're like, okay, how are we gonna really survive this? So what happened on the extension was during our study, we were studying ourselves. A lot of people actually stimulated online shops instead of local shops like us.
Right.
So a lot of the people that couldn't buy their stuff from me is they were buying online. And what that thing does is now I got inventory that are stuck at my shop, right? That are not moving. And then people are buying online, and man, the USPS is getting clogged up. And you know, we were like, okay, some of them are loyal enough to hold on to their money. Now, when we went to PCOR 1.5, so we actually have curbside, man, I am so glad, man. I'm so thankful with the RC community. Some of them actually saved their money. As soon as they say Bert got curbside, boom, they wiped out my inventory. They were loyal enough to hold their money so they can stimulate our hobby shop, our economy. So I'm so grateful for them, man. The Guahan RC fanatics guys, this group, man, they're like, I'm gonna hold on to my money and give it to Bert so he can keep the only hobby shop that's alive on island. I mean, man, I think they always ask me, hey, we are supposed to be essential. I said, well, according to the government, we're not essential. You know what I mean? But we told them, just hang on to your money. We'll find a way, you know, to sell you stuff. So that being said, man, it's so overwhelming that you can tell the culture in Guam. I grew up here. You can tell, man, these people, our customer becomes our brothers. They become our good friends, you know, and they say, you know what? We will save our money and we will help her. And that's what's keeping me alive, man. I mean, I hope that we can get rid of this virus. Yes, it's there. And then they always ask me, what's your exit strategy, Bert? I have no exit strategy. Like we said, hey, we have to protect the Manamkus and the ones that have underlying condition. We can't disinfect the whole world, period. We know that. So people that do not want to work and think that the virus is super dangerous, stay home. But people like us, that I am the only breadwinner in my family. I have 2 kids on college and I need to pay books and tuition fee. Let me work. And we've been adhering to all this COVID regulation, you know, since day one. That's all we do. And we have a big store. We don't even allow 3 people in there. Yeah. We allow 2 people. I know with all this restriction, of course, sales is gonna suffer. So what I do is I told them, as soon as I close my shop, if you need anything, you can text me.
Right.
And I can probably meet you on a dark hot alley, exchange money and product.
Yeah, like a drug deal.
We have to do what we gotta do. Man, Hank, I've seen your show. Man, if you put up a show, Hank, a street show, I will watch it, man. I will support you. Because that's what we do here in Guam, man. I mean,
Bert,
come on, man.
Birthday parties, I would buy that.
You're absolutely right.
Absolutely.
Bert, as businesses,
a lot of them, they said, hey, how come you did not ask for PUA? I said, no, man. I mean, if they let me work, even just part-time, I would do it. Because I really think, because I have a lot of friends and customer that works for the hotel industry, man, I feel sorry for those guys. I don't think I deserve those PUA. Those guys actually deserve the PUA. I rather reserve that money to go to them because I know how long they're not gonna have a job.
Right.
The hotel industry, basically, we don't know. No one knows when they're gonna recover. So we would love to just say, hey, we're gonna work for you guys. Whatever money comes in from the federal, you guys deserve it. We don't. Let us work. I think we can survive this. Give the money to the people that really, really needs that help. You know what I mean? It's sad. Like I drove yesterday to my shop, that McDonald intersection. There's new panhandler there. And then I asked him. He said he's one of the hotel workers. He had 2 kids in there. I only had $5. I gave him $5. He said, hey man, I gotta do what I gotta do. I can't find work. So people need help. People need help, man. I mean, that's why we are so thankful with the action pack. man, it's amazing. Miss Laura, thank you, for bringing this up. This is a decade-long problem that we are facing with the government, and man, they got it right on the punch. That 5 things that they want, man, it's amazing. I mean, I can just, number 2, decrease the size of Guam. I did a social experiment. I asked many people, hey, we got 15 senators. If you can name 5 of them in front of me right now, within 10 seconds, I'll give you $50.
Oh, I can.
Guess what? They couldn't do it. 5 senators. They couldn't do it.
Bert,
the only ones they name are the popular ones, of course, the ones they see on social media. But the rest of them, we never heard of. I mean, I don't think Chris can name 10.
Oh, bet I can.
Hey, Chris.
But I think you need 50
He's like
bucks.
100.
Yeah. How much money you got?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, Hank.
I have to go really
Right
soon.
on.
I have an
Yeah.
appointment, but before I leave, I just wanted to say this to you. I know that Laura and the PAC group sent out a huge, a list, a questionnaire to the senators, and I think what speaks volumes is those senators who did not respond back. The questions are black and white. There's nothing to hide, Just we want your opinion on something. And if you're not going to respond to us, well, then does that mean you don't have an opinion? Or you're afraid that your opinion will affect how people are going to vote for you? Oh, well, then that means maybe you shouldn't be in that seat. It's time for you to do some work. And if that means that we have a part-time legislature to save money, to cut back on expenses because the government is a cash cow, well, not a cash cow, they have a lot of money, but we're not seeing any of it, then maybe we need to make some drastic changes so that our community is going to get something positive in return. That being said, I'm very sorry. I have a 9 o'clock appointment to go to.
No problem,
It's
Hank.
been a pleasure.
Yeah, Hank, I feel with you. I feel for you, man, because I still have I'm so blessed to have this KUAM job, but like you, a lot of my income had come from hosting gatherings, from giving away cars, from doing parties, doing concerts, doing fundraisers, doing all these things. And yeah, so I've always felt that the kind of brotherhood with you and hang in there. I don't know what else to say other than it's very sad, and we hope you guys get the help you need.
And I think that's why, Laura, at the beginning, I wanted to know who did not participate, because I want to know who didn't take the time to answer these questions, because I think that is important, just as important as who you guys endorsed. And so just for people who aren't familiar with the PAC, Laura, can you just tell us all the organizations that are with this organization? Because it's not just the Chamber of Commerce, it's a whole bunch of other organizations.
Yeah, thanks, Sabrina. There's a total of 7. So it's the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Association of Realtors, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Contractors Association, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, the Guam's Women's Chamber of Commerce, and the Korean Chamber of Commerce. So these are the 7 organizations that aligned with the PAC for these 5 initiatives.
All right.
And there's several small businesses that are part of these organizations that are hurting and have been hurting.
That's correct. Yes, and we've also opened it up to individual businesses who may not be a chamber member, but can join into the PAC to support the causes. Because, there's a misconception in the local community, that businesses are the bad guys. With the Democrat statement talking about this is a special interest for profit businesses. The thing is, this does help businesses, but the bottom line is businesses provide employment. Businesses provide opportunities to our local constituents, our local, the local workforce. 80% of the island's workforce is in the community. It's not in the government. So if there's 11,000 government workers, there's 49,000 in the private community that's working in the community. Right now, there's 38,000 of them unemployed. So that's a big chunk of our businesses that are hurting, that don't have income, that can't have these workers working.
Right.
And it's not that businesses are bad guys. You've heard from these business owners. Businesses provide jobs. Businesses help employees, and during the pandemic, we've been doing what we can to help the employees that we can help. But if we don't have money coming in, there's not much a business can do.
Right.
There's stuff that needs to be paid,
So let me ask you,
utilities, rent.
Laura, if we allow the
So that's why.
and I guess we'll go over to Gina real quick. Gina, good morning.
Hi, Gina.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina.
So we had saw you wrote a Facebook post that we're going to pop up here, talking about reopening the economy, and I guess we'll just start there, right? So if we open more businesses, how, and if the businesses are all hurting, Gina, Laura, and anyone else who wants to answer, how many of their employees can we anticipate them bringing back? And do you believe that opening the businesses you guys will get the number of customers you need to keep those doors open? Or is it for you guys just a matter of having that shot?
For me, Chris, honestly, it's just a matter of allowing us the opportunity. And every time I say that word, allow us to work, it chaps my hide the wrong way. We, as citizens and business owners, we pay taxes so that this government can exist. And every single business and every single person who pays taxes has the right to operate. But we're in a new position now where we're asking permission to be able to operate. And that is so wrong in every sense of the word. And you're absolutely right. We're saying allow us to open because that's the conversation right now. But the truth is, even if everything goes back to the way it was, Guam has already been labeled, and tourism is our base. It trickles down to everybody. So without that, our business community is going to continue to suffer. And with COVID still lingering, and you know what? This isn't going to go away, guys. I'm sorry. I've gotten the flu before. I've gone to the doctor and they said, it's a virus. It's not going to go away. Go home, nurse yourself, get better, go back to work. So I don't know why we're thinking now that this particular virus will disappear from our community. All we could do is manage it better, not respond, not react, but manage it better. And for the business community, give us a chance to work, for goodness sakes. We pay taxes. The government survives on that. And even if we open, we're still going to have a lot of people in the community who are not going to want to come to these businesses, because they're afraid, because they don't dare go out in groups or in crowded places. I get that. I can respect you. I respect you for that. You're doing what you need to do to survive. We, as a business community, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm speaking for myself as a business community, give me the opportunity to work and let me survive. Chris, Sabrina, I've noticed, I tune in every now and then, and I notice with you guys, you've had the opportunity to continue to be open throughout this whole thing. And I notice over time, you've evolved. You went from face masks, now you've got face masks and visors. You're doing what you need to do to continue to operate and to continue to work. And I suspect if the business community were allowed to do that, every single one of them, because they're all essential to somebody, I suspect that if you just allowed them to get out there and to work, they will evolve. They'll find a way to operate safely. And eventually we'll get back to normal. Not a new normal. I don't want a new normal. I want normal, period. And we're just asking the business community, myself, we're just saying, give us a chance to work. We don't need handouts. We just need a chance to work.
Thank you, Gina.
Good job, Gina.
No further questions.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Are we done here now? Good. You're right on.
Well said, Gita.
Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see. I mean, if what the announcement's going to be. We're just hearing from a lot of different people who are in that we are going to see some businesses, more businesses being allowed to operate, and we're just not clear on how, the capacity and all those other things. So,
just one more thing, Chris,
Yeah,
if you
no.
don't mind. Yeah, anytime I have an opportunity, I try to take advantage of it. But what's the difference between August 29th and today? August 29th was supposed to be the day we went and had a primary election. One of the things Joe Mesa taught me, I was on that election commission for more than 15 years. One of the things I learned from that was you don't change the rules of engagement in the middle of a game or in the middle of a contest for this fact. Everybody prior to that primary election, we got to save people. We got to do this. We got to do that. The business community has been doing that. The business community has been on top of their game. And we are the ones that suffered from it. The difference between August 29th and today is night and day. Come on, guys, let's work together. Like Gina said, like Laura says, like everybody that participated today, we're all a part of this and we'll do our part, but allow us to open. Allow us to be a contributing factor to our economy. Allow us to do what we do best. I took exception when Laura had to say, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but well, let me tell you, this is not about Democrat and Republican. This is about the people of Guam.
Exactly.
This is about you and me. This is about keeping us green and keeping us prosperous.
Right.
Open up the churches. Open up the businesses. I never caught it. You never caught it. We never caught it because we do the common sense thing. Let's take care of each other. And like Chris says, stay home. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. And maintain social distancing. I love you guys all. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, John.
Sabrina.
Thank you for
You guys did a great
register to
job.
vote.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Please
Laura.
encourage everybody to register to vote, though. This is how we can make a
yes,
difference, is by
absolutely.
registering.
Right. Even if you don't agree with these guys, register to vote. Everybody.
We have room on the Republican side.
And I'm challenging the senators to respond to my Facebook page. I truly, truly want to know which of these representatives will step up and put a stop to all this.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
you.
And
Thank
that law that, or you cited that provision, that's in the same law that gives the governor the superpowers, right?
Yeah.
Gina?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And for those, there are some individuals some senators that aren't aware that they have that check and balance system. That is why the government has check and balances. So when one side gets out of hand, the other side could step in and protect its people.
Kind of
And I
sad,
want
right?
to know senators are going to start protecting us.
It's kind of
'Cause I
sad
need
that
to
we got to
vote, and I
remind
need
these
to
guys
know
that
who.
they're a check and balance, that they can take the infinity gauntlet from Adeloop. Let me just last question here, because we're the recurring theme. Let us open. Let us open. Let us open. In what way would you want to open? Let's say today. Are you talking like 100% open without capacity restrictions? Because I'm pretty sure what's going to come down is we're going to allow some businesses to open, but it's going to probably be at like what? I mean, I'm just throwing out 25%.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know. 50%.
But then a limited capacity.
Right. Is that good enough for you guys, or?
Chris, let me share something just from my perspective. There is no business that could operate at 50% capacity
Yes.
and
That's
even
right.
be able to pay the bills. It is not existing. It doesn't work.
That is
That's
right.
right.
Your model, you're not making money at 50%, and people are going to say, oh, they're just thinking about making money. No, we're thinking about saving jobs. We have employees that we need to take care of. And if we can't even pay the rent, we can't pay the utilities, we're not going to be able to pay their salaries either. or give them medical benefits. And right now that is so critical. So, and listen, even if we open and the governor has absolutely no restrictions, do you really believe we're back to normal? We're not. People are going to keep themselves at home. We're lucky if we're at 50% capacity, just opening fully without restrictions. We'll be lucky, because with this fear tactic that's been going on, with us not really, there's not enough information being given to individuals so that we can make better decisions about what is acceptable, what is not. They're only giving us enough information for us to be afraid. And so because of that, even if businesses were just allowed, hey, go ahead, open, do what you need to do you really think a business can operate with going back to business as usual? No. Walk into Payless and you see how much money they've invested in having
That's
people
right.
at the doors. All of the businesses are spending extra money that they don't have to make people feel comfortable to walk in. And even with that, it's still not going to be enough to cover the bills. So yes, absolutely. Allow us to open. Let us do what we need to do to survive. No more restrictions. It's ridiculous. Be more open about why people are dying so we know what to do to protect ourselves. Don't just tell me someone died of COVID today with comorbidities. Tell me what it was so that I can better protect myself. And then get out of the way and let us work. That's it.
But what would be your response, though, that when
Powerful.
right? What would be your response, though, if the governor were to say, well, no one, if people are sick, no one's going to come? I mean, she just issued a statement in response to that lawsuit that was filed in the district court when she said, we'll reopen as soon as it's reasonable to do so. But that decision will be based on data that demonstrates that community spread can be contained and that our hospitals have the capacity to treat those who need it. Until then, no one's life or livelihood will be safe.
Right. And then, Gina, how would you also respond in that you're sitting here telling us, let us open, no restrictions, so we can pay our employees, but then on the other side, you're saying we're not going to be able to pay our employees because no one's going to come to the businesses?
Well, if you're asking me the question, first of all, we've had since March to be ready for this. And just because a business opens doesn't guarantee that customers are going to come. Everybody's making the assumption that if we open our doors, we open bars and restaurants, that people would just automatically come. But listen, if I open a bar and my doors are open and my customer wants to come in, these are mature individuals. They're making that decision to come. What country are we in that we get to tell mature individuals, you don't have the brain capacity to make the decision that you can go to a bar? I'm sorry. I think everybody has the right to make that decision for themselves.
For themselves.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, I didn't sign up for this. I'm a naturalized.
None of us signed up for this, Gina.
Yeah, but Chris, you have the right to stay home. No one is making you go to work today. But these businesses that are closed, they don't have the same right you do. They're deemed not essential. Why? Explain to me why your job is more important than the gentleman who owns Lifehouse and his employees.
You really want to use that example?
Wow.
I mean, I got to say, I do believe KUAM is a more important business than a bar at this point. But
Chris, I'm sorry. I disagree with you. He's an American tax-paying citizen. If he chooses to open a bar, it is his decision. He is just as important to his employees as you are to KUAM. You're both equally important. There is no difference in my eyes. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. But you didn't ask me who's more important. You asked me to compare business to business, which is what I did. But guys, we're out of time here, and I think we gave you a lot of time to plead your case, and we definitely feel for you. I feel for you, Bert, John, Gina.
And I just want to say, you're right. It is about, your rights and what being able to open during these times and not having a voice. I mean, this organization represents the seven different the Chamber of Commerce, the Korean Chamber of Commerce. And I don't even know if you guys even had a voice or had the opportunity to talk with the governor, to express how you feel, even to share your ideas on how to keep our economy going. So, just thank you for coming on, sharing your stories, sharing your struggle. And hopefully, people are listening that are making decisions on behalf of everybody living on Guam.
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you,
Sabrina.
Thank you, guys. See you, John, Bert.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Gina, thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Gina, Albert, and John.
Hank, thank you, Hank.
Thank you, Miss Laura.
I got a magic trick for you guys.
Thanks, Gina.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Can we
All
make
right.
Gogo
Miss
Thank you all.
Man, you are awesome. Man, that is
Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm going to make it disappear now.
Okay.
I'm borrowing a trick from Hank. There you go. Our KUAM News Zoom room. The action pack and then some. We're able to fold in some of the small business voices. And then we actually brought Gina in because we had saw that Facebook post, and we definitely wanted to give her a platform to speak her mind.
And, I actually forgot about that. I forgot that and I can't believe I forgot about it. But, yeah, in the same law that the governor has been citing about the superpowers that she has, there is that provision where the legislature can go in there and they can actually vote to basically, what is it?
Rescind the public health emergency order or something.
Yeah. But they're not.
Okay,
I haven't.
9:20, way backed up. We're going to have to take our media musel just to catch up here at 9:20. We'll take a short break and come back with more of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Stay connected.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the island line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Creeping around the corner, twirling my flag like a helicopter. I'm repping my language, my culture, support them haters. I'm a Latin stone soldier. Damn, they should have told you. North side, get it, south side, get it,
businesses, get it. Hey, good talk, guys. Good talk. 927. It's a link on the breeze. 93.9. Yeah, tough question here from Chubby, Jesse Rosario Boca Box. So, how do we open business and at the same time decrease the number of people being infected with COVID? That's what we're going to figure out, and it's going to be live and on-the-job training as we're anticipating announcements coming out from Adelup. We don't know. We're just, unfortunately, you never want to hear the media say this, but we're just as in the dark as you guys are. All right, information is key. It's the currency of the era we're living in, and right now we're flat broke. We're just waiting for the announcement. We did get Mayor Savars on earlier, Bree.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, and she hinted that, we're going to see more businesses reopen. At least that was the conversation she had on Monday with, I want to say, the governor and the physicians. And so, like she said, that things could change, but she sounded pretty confident that we're going to be some businesses reopening.
Right.
So again, I'll just wait and see. I mean, we're used to just flying by the seat of our pants anyway. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. We did get a bunch of comments here. Janice commenting in, thanks for having the conversation, KUAM. There's a side of the struggle that's being ignored. Melanie writes, KUAM is essential, but a bar is not essential. Keena writes, your right to do what you want ends when you put the lives of others at risk. That's why we have laws prohibiting certain actions. Evelyn writes, news is more essential than a bar. We got here, Benny, Bert got a lot of props here from the RC community. Jesse writes, awesome discussions and opinions. Keep coming. Joseph writes, yes, keep giving the private sector a voice. Harvey writes in, thanks to KUAM for providing this forum for people to talk about the issues facing our island. John Torrey Mantanona writes, great job with all the info you provide. Stay safe and alert. God bless you all in Arahan, Guam, saying buenas. All right, that being said, let's head over to the KUAM News Zoom room where we just had all those small business owners. They sprayed all the stuff. They did the blue light, disinfectant, Clorox wipes. The Zoom room has been adequately sanitized, but we'll just leave it to Pat of Public Health to just double check. Pat, I know you might not be in like the infectious disease division, but I'm pretty sure you know something about something with. And so let's get here on Bree. We have the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition. Of course, our buddy Patrick Lucis from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. He's joined by Agnes White, registered nurse, certified diabetes educator, and vice chairperson of the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition, and registered nurse Glynis Almonte, who is the secretary of the Guam Diabetes Association. So good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Half a day.
Pat, I just got to say, looking at you, you remind me of the Liberation Day parade and the drumming that I know. Is it the, I want to say the Aklan, I hope I got it right. Is it the Aklan Association?
Yeah, the Aklan Association doing the Atitihan. We miss it this year.
Right, yeah, there was no parade, but you guys have always got the drumming going on and the yellow and the black, and it's like, yeah. There was a time when we had a parade and there was like, you could have a carnival and you could have a gathering and there was anyway, so we got you guys on here because we keep hearing from all the doctors and the medical people that one of the most at-risk groups when it comes to the coronavirus are people with diabetes. And so we wanted to kind of get you guys on to talk about that and maybe address the diabetics out here on what they need to do and how they can continue to receive the care they need during the lockdown and keep themselves safe from the virus. So good morning.
All right, good morning. So first of all, I just wanted to say I'm Patrick Lucis. I am the program coordinator at the Diabetes Prevention and Control Program at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. And I'm here in support with I'm here with our Guam Diabetes Control Coalition. So that is going to be our topic for this morning. I do want to thank you for the opportunity. I do want to mention that the mission of this Guam Diabetes Control Coalition is the mission of the Diabetes Coalition is to reduce diabetes incidence and mortality on Guam through collaboration of public and private stakeholders. And this will be done with respect, collaboration, innovation, impact, and commitment and trust. So the coalition has been around since 2008, and we've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. So there are some activities that we're trying to do, that we're doing now despite this COVID work. We're working, as you can see, many of our members are working out of home, but doing the hard work to try to reduce and prevent diabetes. So just to give you some stats on diabetes globally, there is about 425 million diabetes throughout the world, and that's expected to go up to 629 million in 2045. In the Western Pacific, we have the highest diabetes globally at 159 million, and that is estimated to go up to 183 million by the year 2045. just to give you some stats here on Guam, our top leading causes of death as of 2016, our number one leading cause of death is cardiovascular disease. Cancer is number 2. Pulmonary disease is number 3. And that is disease that has to do with infection of the lung, which could be due to smoking or breathing secondhand smoke, that kind of thing. Number 4 is diabetes, followed by number 5, which is cerebrovascular disease, that is stroke. And then we have sepsis, renal disease, suicide, other accidents, and liver disease. So the reason why we bring that up is because we know that having diabetes has a lot to do with what's happening now with COVID. And so our team here is really going to talk about what is it that we can do to prevent and control diabetes. Just a few more stats here. We know that in our renal care, 75% have dialysis. 75% on dialysis have NCDs or diabetes. And then, what do you call that? The youngest person with blindness with diabetes here in Guam is about 16 years old. And the youngest with diabetes is 5 years old. So we do have alarming numbers. And these are the reason why the Guam Diabetes Coalition is coming together to try to address these issues. So I'm going to go ahead and have our members introduce themselves and talk about what they need to talk about.
Okay, before we get into that, Pat, I just got to break in here with some breaking news as the island has recorded its 38th COVID-19 related fatality. The information coming from the Joint Information Center, they were notified that Guam's 38th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital this morning, approximately 6:55 a.m. The patient was a 76-year-old female with underlying health conditions that were compounded by COVID-19. She was transferred to GMH on September 18th after testing positive for SARS-CoV-2 at the Guam Regional Medical City. As the dawn broke and many of us were starting our day, we lost our 38th individual to COVID-19. As an island still mourning, her passing is a great loss to our community. To those she cherished, Jeff, Lieutenant Governor Josh, and I send our condolences, and our collective hearts are heavy with sympathy. That statement from Governor Leon Guerrero. Sorry, I didn't mean, I just had to cut in and get that breaking news out. And so if we could, guys, let's move ahead in the conversation and talk about the PCOR 1 lockdown and maybe some of the challenges diabetics have had in getting the care they need. Everything from like routine stuff to, procedures or things that might have popped up during this lockdown, and how can they best protect themselves against the spread of the virus? Because we just talked to Lillian a lot, and they've got a whole ward they're trying to build or to outfit in GMH where they can put dialysis machines next to ventilators, right? Because they're saying that the influx of COVID patients with diabetes, it's something that they're struggling with. So we'll go ahead and give you the floor, Glennis and Agnes.
Yes, the COVID-19 has really affected our island. And like you said, comorbidities are the big factor in the fatality for our patients who have passed away. And it's always the comorbidities, like you have diabetes, you have high blood pressure, you have chronic kidney disease. Those three are like, they're triplets. In one person, we see that all the time. And I think one reason why we have patients coming into the hospital very, very sick, DOA, dead on arrival, is because some of them, they're not able to take care of themselves well while at home. And also they are fearful of going to their doctors, going to the hospital. And so when they're very, very sick, that's when they will decide to go to the hospital and to their doctors. So that's really very sad what's happening in our community. And so Aggie, who is our certified diabetes, will probably talk about some of the things that the people with diabetes, not only with diabetes, chronic kidney diseases, can do while at home with their families supporting them.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here. I was just really struck by the conversation you had earlier with the Action Pack group and what Gina Campus has to say. And I just want to tie in something here with diabetes, what Gina Campus has to say. We have been given such fear instilled in our hearts, so many messages. Stay home, wear your mask, you might get COVID, we don't have enough room. So much fear that people are really paralyzed. And that's my biggest beef. These guys will know that. Why so much fear? They have to be hearing a message of take care of yourself. This is how you do it. This is how you boost your immune system. So in the event that you might have COVID, which is going to be with us, I don't think it's going to be totally eradicated. And I don't know what our government leaders are hoping to say. They want to see numbers go down, but to zero, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. So we need to get the message out that you have to stay healthy, and this is how you stay healthy. We're not hearing that message consistently, and that's a message we should hear consistently, along with wearing your mask and be 6 feet away from each other. Be healthy, and this is the way you do it. And that's why we're here, to help people do that. And I hope this is a message that you guys at KUAM will consistently give to people. It gives them hope.
Right.
And one of the ways that you can stay healthy, for crying out loud, is to exercise. But then you can't even go to the public beaches and exercise. I mean, that was early on, which is totally ridiculous. And that really threw me. I mean, that really got my blood. Really did. Exercise is one of the best ways you can stay healthy. Another way that you can stay healthy is if you smoke, stop smoking. Now is the time. It's even more imperative that you have to stop smoking. And there are programs out there to quit smoking. I know GRMC has a program, and Pat, you might address that they have something online, or the call line as well. So, stop smoking. If you have to lose weight, then you got to do it. It's imperative. You got to stay healthy. Eat more healthy. And I know these days that's very difficult. The incidence of food insecurity, and food insecurity is termed as people who really have having difficulty really getting food to your homes, and not enough money to even buy this food. And so you're at the mercy of a lot of these food pantries who don't, they get donations, and God bless them for at least trying to give something to people who need it. I did help pack some food stuff for one of the organizations, and it's not the healthiest thing. So it's even hard to talk to people about healthy eating, which is one of the pillars of managing your diabetes.
Right.
When just getting food isn't. So it's it's really difficult.
When you say exercise, stay healthy, I mean, first we couldn't go to the beach and exercise. Now we can go to the beach. You got to go exercise alone. I'm the type of person, I don't feel safe, going out and exercising alone. I just can't do that because of crime. And so, what are ways that people can exercise? I guess just at home.
Within your own home,
Mhm.
There's a lot of even online. You exercise with a video. You just move. You just have to move more. Since we're relegated to our homes, and we're supposed to be quarantined at home and stay home. Well, we can be moving at home. We can be doing just
Zumba.
walking back and forth, or jogging your place, or when you're sitting down in front of your computer, if you have don't sit, maybe you can stand and march in place. That's what I do. If you don't have weights, you can be lifting 2-pound cans of beans, while you're doing your Zoom meeting.
Right.
Something you got to just keep on.
How many pounds is a 12-pack?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't drink.
Agnes, you brought up some really good points when you talked about the messaging, right? And you're right. I mean, for the last how many months,
the message is just fear.
Right. No, and I mean, I think that you're right. We should have made more room for other messages instead of stay home, wash your hands. I agree. We should have told people, take care of yourselves, because I believe it's cost us lives, because we told people to stay home, and people, you're right, they didn't want to go to the clinic because of the COVID. Some clinics were COVID-19 clinics. And then what do we end up? It's still happening. It's still happening today. We get these releases from JIC where so-and-so showed up at the hospital, tested positive for COVID, had respiratory problems. 5 days later, they're dead. We heard from Lillian Pasanas that, you're right. People are waiting too long. They're waiting too long to go to the emergency room. They're waiting too long to get their checkups. They're just waiting too long.
Because they're so fearful. You know, we had a meeting, and the territorial epidemiologist said that about a third of the deaths have the underlying condition was diabetes.
Right.
Yeah. So
that's why they're fearful.
Sure right. So, I mean, that's the underlying condition. Now, when you have to take care of your diabetes, when we have to self-manage, you're going to have to, I mean, you only see your doctor every 3 months, if you can afford it. And if you're lucky, and you see them for 10, 15 minutes. But the other, how many minutes left, you're in charge of taking care of your own health. And I just want to emphasize that to people. You are the expert in your own health. Take a hold of that. Take responsibility for that. Make that your own. And there's hope. You don't have to, just because you have diabetes doesn't mean you can't live a really full life. You can. The problem with diabetes is having your sugars out of control. Once you can manage your sugars, well, you know what? You're good to go. My father was 93 when he died, and he had diabetes for almost 50 years. So, and he led a very healthy life until those last, couple years.
Right.
But for sure, we have to give out messages of hope. And to manage your diabetes, there's some self-care behaviors that you have to have. Like you have to be able to eat healthy, be active. And one of those things that is hardly ever addressed is healthy coping. And in this day and age, what more is imperative than to be having tools to have healthy coping? And how can we do that when our churches are closed and many people rely on that? For crying out loud, our churches are so, disinfecting everything. You get your temperature checked before you go there. Every other pew is roped off. They're spread out so far. Afterwards, people are spraying down the chairs, the pews. It's crazy. And healthy coping is imperative to battle diabetes. I can't talk to you about eating healthy, about taking your meds, about complications, unless mentally and emotionally you're ready for that. Now, if you're depressed and if you feel isolated and if there's a perceived threat and you have some symptoms of like post-traumatic stress syndrome, as well as depression and anxieties, we can't even talk about managing your diabetes unless that's addressed. And many of the tools that people need to handle their stress and cope healthily are taken away. So, I mean, I'm just very, very frustrated as well.
I like
That's
it
why I
though.
go run.
You should have texted me. I would have brought you on earlier. And we kind of got to really move along. But again, what you're talking about, the fear, right, Agnes? I understand the messaging, but I think it's a real fear, especially when we hear from all of the frontliners that people with diabetes are going to be dying from COVID. They're going to be hit the hardest from the COVID, right? So
So why don't
right. And so how do we prevent that? What do you want to say to the diabetics out there, the people with the advanced kidney conditions, in terms of?
I want to say, folks, you can handle this. You can take a hold of your diabetes and you can manage it well. And let us help you manage it well. But you know what? No one's saying let's help you manage it well. Do we have a hotline for people with diabetes? No, we have a hotline to 311. We have other hotlines, but we don't have hotlines for people with chronic illnesses. We need something like that, and people to man it, and it'll give people hope. You can do this. Let's do. What do you have to eat? Let's see. Maybe we can prepare that better.
Right.
I'm not going to say go out and get fruits and vegetables, which is you have to eat. You eat more fresh stuff. if you don't even have money to buy it, what can I say? But so let's work with what you have.
Right.
So you need to give people that sense of hope that they can do this with what they have now.
Good point.
So we have to really,
Yeah.
So,
Chris,
so many people
Sabrina?
are, yeah. Glynis, I just want to say, so many people are so closely affected by diabetes. Like Sabrina, I mean, both her parents have diabetes, and I think on this island, you know, we all know somebody. I mean, my grandmother died of it. You know, it runs in my family, and this is like the big bullet that I feel is a chamorro I really got to dodge. But we try and manage not just the care of ourselves, but the care of our loved ones. And so, in talking about this, it's hard for someone like Sabrina who's living with parents or, you know, has parents who have diabetes. So, Bree, what goes through your mind when you hear this?
Yes. If I may add, can I go in?
Yes.
Or
Please.
Sabrina?
No.
Yeah, if I may
Go.
add to what Aggie said about coping, there is a crisis hotline, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness. So they're open 24/7. So people, if they are getting lonely, depressed, they can call that number. And with regards to diabetes information, the Guam Regional Medical City, the Education Department, has agreed to receive calls if they want to get information about diabetes. So here's the number, 645-5688, 645-5688. But of course, that's during daytime only, 8 to 5. But you can always call their number, and our our educators will be able to assist in providing information about diabetes and other chronic diseases.
And then for more resources, you can also visit either the dphss.guam.gov website. We also have the CDC, Centers for Disease Control diabetes site. And then there's just Aggie mentioned about stop smoking. The department still has the 1-800 Quit Now, so you can either go through there, or we do have some people at Guam Behavioral that may be able to assist you with that. And also GRMC's Patient Education Center, they also have a tobacco cessation program as well.
Glynis, any final comment?
Yes, if I may add, what the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition has done and is doing is in July and August this year, we started to send surveys to the village mayors of Guam and to ask to learn more about their community needs related to diabetes and or chronic kidney disease, other chronic conditions. So to help address the gaps in access to care, or to build the knowledge and capacity of their community and address these chronic illnesses. So the number one, as expected, as the most common in all the villages, is diabetes, pre-diabetes and diabetes, followed by hypertension or high blood pressure, and then heart disease. And there are stroke, obesity, chronic kidney disease, cancer. So that's their ranking. And what are the barriers? We asked them also what are the barriers that prevent their community members from participating in their programs. Lack of insurance or finances. Transportation came in second. And lack of knowledge of the services in their community. And we asked them also what activities or programs would help promote wellness, disease prevention, and disease self-management in their villages. And outreaches came number one. So that's what we plan to do when this pandemic will subside. We're able to go out, screening, diabetic classes. But for now, with the COVID, so we plan on doing things virtually and what we're doing right now. And hopefully that will help out our community. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming on the show. And we'll try and make this more frequent where you guys can come on.
Right. Agnes, we want to put our money where our mouth is. We talk about needing a diabetes hotline. Let us be that hotline.
Okay, can I just add one more thing? Like, if you can spin a message of hope and less fear. I mean, we take precautions, absolutely. But there's a message of hope, just managing your diabetes. You can do that, or managing your high blood pressure. people can do that, and there's ways to do it, and there's people who can help you do that. Please share that with them. And then back to the emotional and the ability to cope well with all that's happening and how it ties into diabetes self-management. It's important that we allow people to say that it's okay not to feel okay. I feel like I'm discombobulated by all of this, and that's what I tell people too. But we have to allow people to express that and validate that feeling. That way it's real, because the effects of COVID, even after it's gone and things settle down, will still continue. People will still be emotionally affected by this after the virus hopefully goes away, or when we get a vaccine. The feelings of anxiety, of like perceived threat, will still have to be addressed. And so it's important that we, like I said, we need to address people's emotional health right now before we can even talk about this is how you do healthy eating. This is how you give your medications. This is how you take it. And these are the kind of medications you should be taking. And these are the side effects. That's all part of managing your diabetes medications, as well as problem solving and checking your blood sugars, which is very important. So if we can have a series, just little tidbits of how to just practical steps and how to just manage, perhaps that might be a little something we can do.
Yeah, let's do it. Agnes, I'll get a hold of you. We'll do it every week. We'll get you on and you do a bunch of tips. Okay?
Yeah, and Glynis, you have my number.
I'm all for that.
Right
Yes,
on.
Sabrina.
Patrick, bring your drum. We need drumming. We need more drumming. It's good mental. It's good for the mental.
Going.
Right.
Get some physical activity.
Right on. Yeah, banging that drum. That's hard work.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, Esther.
Thank you, Chris. Thank
Okay,
you,
Joss.
Sabrina.
Right on.
Thank you, Chris, Sabrina. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we need just a real quick. We got to wipe down everything in the K-Web newsroom room. They're fast wipers in there, little sanitizing duendes. I always get a visual of a little duende.
Did you just snort?
I just snorted. Yeah, anyway, so I had a visual of little duendes spraying. And so let's keep it in the K-Wave newsroom. We're going to jam our last couple guests here because I know the Chelsea's about to choke me. She's cramping from holding on for too long. But we'll just go with a partnership specialist from the Guam Census Office. Nicole Cananta here. Is the end of the census is coming, and we wanted to bring you on to just kind of remind people to respond. And so go ahead, do your thing, Nicole. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chris and Bree. So I did want to mention that the last day to complete your census is September 30th. And while we're pushing for 100% completion rate, we really just want to encourage the entire island to respond because it's really important. If we don't do our part for responding and receiving an accurate count, we're going to limit the resources that Guam really, really needs for those essential services. Again, I'll remind everyone it's like emergency services, education, infrastructure. And just for infrastructure, we need better roads. Everyone's saying, takes me 30 minutes to get to work, all these potholes. So everything comes from generated statistics data, all the SNAP programs, public programs. Those are really important so our island can succeed in the future. And, I get a lot of comments thinking that this is just for right now. I want to explain the importance that this is for the next 10 years. This is for until 2030. So everyone needs to do their part, respond before September 30th. And let's do this together, Guam.
Okay. And where do they go? 2020 census.guam.gov?
They call 645-2020 to call and complete their interview over the phone.
And just, Nicole, so people know, I mean, they should be staying home and remaining hopeful, but how long is it? About, 20, 30 minutes?
I'm sorry?
How long is it to respond?
Yes, the interview takes about 40 minutes. And yeah, it's super fast, super easy, like simple questions. And it's just, really about yourself, about the family, and about, your household. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's it. 40 minutes. That's it.
Yeah.
Boom. 645-2020. 40 minutes.
It's not that long.
Yeah.
It goes really fast.
Right. Yeah. That's just 40 minutes for the slow talkers. Yeah, but
I've had actually people complete it in 30, which
wow.
is so much faster.
Nice. You should get Daphne Shimizu to do it. I know Daphne's listening, Daphne, because you're a fast talker. You'd be like, 30 minutes? 30 seconds. No, but real key, guys. And we like to complain about stuff, and basically Uncle Sam uses these numbers to decide how much federal money we're going to get. And, Lord knows we need every single federal dollar that we can get our hands on. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
That's that. Okay, right on. That's how you do it. Boom, bada ba bing, pshong.
She was informative, succinct. She's great.
Yep. Now let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Agriculture Director Chelsea Munia-Brecht, joined by the Acting Chief of the Division of Aquatic Wildlife Resources, Mr. Jay here. Good morning, Jay. Unmute.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Chelsea.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, Chelsea.
It's okay. I multitask. I listen and then I start doing other stuff.
There's definitely a lot of info that came out of this morning's show, so.
Oh, goodness, yes.
Right.
We've
Let's.
had quite eventful and active, exciting shows the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been something.
Miss Link, miss a lot.
So yeah, Chelsea, we told people all morning, even yesterday, that you guys are going to be giving out money, and everyone wants to get money. So I guess we'll just start there. You guys have got a couple grants that you're working on getting out to the people.
Well, we have the CARES Act Fisher grant. That's been the big one. Although we were notified about the grant in April or May, was it, Jay? We're still in the process of waiting for NOAA to approve our final spend plan. We collected people's registration forms from June 6th through July 10th, I believe. We processed all of them, worked with all of the different fishers to collect their commercial information. But that was just the registration. That was registering with DAR so that we know who you are. That wasn't the actual federal application process. We had to create a spend plan from scratch, figuring out how we were going to disperse the money to people, how much every person was going to get. We did that, sent it to the Fisheries Commission. I think it's the Pacific State Marine Fisheries Commission. And they then sent it to NOAA to review and comment on. We got that back last week, reviewed all their comments, addressed each of their comments, sent it back to them. And so now we're waiting on their final approval. And if they give us that, when they give us that, then we'll be able to have all the fishers complete an actual application for the money. The application, though, is really simple. It's 2 pages, but really the information you're filling out will amount to like 1 page. And when we collect that, we'll send that to the Fisheries Commission and they'll process it for payment.
Well, I mean, so how much longer you think we're looking at then?
I put the deadline on our application form as October 31st. So I'm hoping that they will approve and send us back our approved spend plan by the end of this month. And then we'll give people a month to apply.
Okay. And then from there, gonna make it rain.
Yes, this was just I like, yeah.
You gotta do it like this.
You catching fish? I mean, it's a frustrating process. It has been for us too. I mean, we felt like we got on board really quickly. We started our process really quickly. It's the old adage, hurry up and wait.
Right. Yeah. And Chelsea, I know that I told you about, I had got a call about a guy asking about what's the status with hunting and is hunting allowed. And I don't know anything about it, so I'm glad that you got Jay is on to talk about that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
Yeah, Jay, we'll give you the floor. What's the deal with hunting? Because a guy called in and he was like, "Oh, we're not allowed to hunt, but they can go and fish. They're racist towards the hunters."
No,
you're still allowed to hunt. What we're going to do for next fiscal year is just extend the current hunting licenses until January 31st. But if you're a hunter who doesn't have a license, you can come in to get a license, but you need to make an appointment with us. And you can call us at our number at 735-0294 or contact our email us through our website. You can email that at dar@doag.guam.gov. So
And for
hunting's
the
still going
record,
on.
yeah, hunting has been open since we started in March. And if anything, we sent out a press release saying that people didn't have to come in and buy tags. They could just go out and hunt just to limit the contact. Hunters have been able to come in and get permits since March. We extended the hunting season in May. So hunting's been open. Everyone else has been shooting deer.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of deer on my Instagram. Well, I'm glad you clarified that. Matt Chelsea, we had a comment here, and this is something that we had asked Dr. Hoa about, and it deals with a bona fide farmer certification that was issued for Marcel Camacho, who was then able to use that to get an exemption into quarantine. But, you know, I spoke with Mr. Bora, the ag chief, and we weren't really sure about the status. And if you could provide any comment about how bona fide that was, and in your opinion, did it mean that someone could get out of quarantine?
Well, Mr. Camacho's a legitimate bona fide farmer. He has property that he's been farming, and farming is considered an essential service as indicated by the DPHSS guidance memo. So I don't see why he would be excluded from that. Farming is legitimate. He's providing food for the community. We all need to eat.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have that's my opinion, but I think our farmers are absolutely essential. What we've been trying to stand up more in the community is more farmers and creating a sustainable process for them to get their food out to the community so that we can be less reliant on imports and less beholden to food from other places and then pay higher costs for them.
All right, thanks, Chelsea. Just real quick, I want to say congratulations. You guys got that grant, Guam's first HCP grant, right?
Yes, that's what we wanted to also say is that we have the Habitat Conservation Plan grant. It helped basically oversee most of that process. It was a really extensive process. It required a lot of collaboration with other government agencies. We received $900 short of $1 million for the grant process, but it's going to make it a really more efficient, streamlined, and cost-effective process for people building homes and people building developments. Jade, do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, we're going to actually be contracting out UOG to do the proposal for us. And there's going to be 3 phases. Well, the first phase will involve stakeholder and public input. And the second phase will involve actually drafting the HCP. And the third phase, we're going to apply for additional grant money to do the remaining grant, which is finalizing the HCP. So there's going to be stakeholder and public involvement with the grant.
Nice.
And so basically, what this means is that we have endangered and listed species all over the island, whether it's ranging from the blue-tailed skink to the Pertuda radiolata, which are the tiny little snails they call the Acalea, to different trees, the cycads, and people find them on their property anywhere from Tamuning to Jigo to Malesu. So when you find these on your property right now, as it stands, all your development has to stop. You have to work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to figure out if you can set either a buffer zone, or if not, then you have to apply for your own habitat conservation plan, which is time consuming and cost a lot. So with this, we get one for basically a blanket habitat conservation plan for the entire island. You'll go through DAR to get a permit, and this allows us to identify spaces where we can relocate the different species. So then you are able to develop your property.
Nice.
I think that's the long and short of it, I think. Am I right, Jay, or is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, so right now, like the director said, you have to go through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but after the plan is developed, that authority is going to be delegated to Agriculture DAR for issuing the permits for these.
Chelsea, I want to go back to the farming, and I know that during, was it PCOR 2, 3, people can come and they get different sprouts or whatnot to plant. Where are we with that operation? Is it something that we cancel because of PCOR 1, or when are we going to stand it up again? One of my uncles was asking.
Well, we're doing what we can to protect all of our personnel and the public. So we are not open to people getting sprouts right now. We have been just disseminating what we have to the nonprofit organizations that have been giving sprouts out to the community, like Guahan Sustainable, Island Girl Power. So we've been trying to support them. It limits the amount of interaction we have with the public, but we have still been growing a lot of different things. And as soon as we're able to, we'll provide those to the community. But we have a really great skilled person that we hired to manage our nursery now. The agency hasn't had that in more than a decade. We're someone who has a love and passion and skill set for growing different types of things is in that position to do that. So now we have an agricultural management specialist there, and he loves growing everything from vanilla and blueberries to eggplants. And so he's bringing that kind of diversity to our nursery. Right now we've got everything from...
Did you say blueberries?
Yes.
Wow.
He's grown vanilla, blueberries, figs, dates. I think
Look out,
he's got some
Saipan.
cocoa plants.
Look out, Saipan. We're taking over the blueberry market.
Well, and strawberries, everything. So he's got everything from mandarins and things I've never even heard of, like longan, passion fruit, tamarind, star fruit. All of that soon will be made available as soon as we're given the clearance to allow people back into our agency.
Right. Hey, did we ever, sorry, while we got here, did we ever find out what those Chinese seeds were? Or, I don't know, can
It
you
was
say?
the blueberries, the strawberries.
Oh, that was the blueberries, right? Oh, right on.
I'm just kidding.
USDA hasn't even released anything about, so far from what they could tell, it was just regular seeds.
Right.
But they still advise everyone, of course, not to plant them. And for us, I mean, just receiving seeds from somewhere unsolicited is the absolute danger of bringing in an invasive species.
Right, yeah.
Think of the chains of love, at one point someone thought that was a great idea, and now it's taking over and killing all of our trees and plants along the road.
Aye, the love. Aye, a day.
I know.
Right.
The toxic kind of love.
Chelsea, thank you. Thanks for coming on and closing out the show. Jay, appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Stay safe.
We'll be down to pick up our blueberries and the PCOR too.
All right.
Is it ready?
Bye.
Okay, I'll see you guys.
Bye.
There you go. Blueberries. Well, good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Yeah, not really much else to say. We're anticipating some kind of announcement. I think we pissed the governor off, and now we're just out of the loop for this week. But, okay. Anyway, so
press conference, right?
there's
Maybe.
a press conference. We're tracking that there's a press conference. Yeah.
And then, as you heard from Chris earlier, there was another COVID-related fatality.
38th.
76-year-old woman, underlying health conditions compounded by COVID-19. She was transferred to GMH on September 18th after testing positive at Guam Regional Medical City. And we just got the notice just as we were speaking from Crystal Paco San Agustin that the governor will hold a Zoom press conference 1 o'clock this afternoon. So you can watch the stream of that right here on our Facebook page and also right here on 93.9 The Breeze.
Thank you. It's 10:12. Good job, Joe Sir, Jason Solis, of course, Master Control, Ken Janier. And remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime show. Again, my name is Chris, and thank you guys. Leaving you with this one from my buddy Vince and the gang at the Netnunga end of the day.
Bye, everybody.
See you guys. Guausi Chris. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.